Good evening, everyone. It is 6:30 on a Tuesday night. This is severe weather live coverage. We got a long night ahead of us. It looks to be like a very active night. I should be streaming now live on both Facebook and YouTube. And we've got two tornado watches currently in effect, and that goes until 11 o'clock. And then we have our first tornado warning of the day. But let me zoom out and let me backtrack and go over these tornado watches that are currently posted, so you can get a kind of rundown of what to expect this evening. So this first one is in parts of Oklahoma, as well as the panhandle of Texas, and it's asking for wind gusts of up to 80 miles an hour. They've got maximum hail size of this tornado watch up to 3 inches in diameter. For the most part, these storms are going to be moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So all these cities in the path are Gunman, Perryton, Borger, Woodward, and to Elk City, and to Childress, and to Altus, Vernon, Texas, as well as Wichita Falls, and to Lawton, Anadarko, and Wantaga. So all those areas are under that tornado watch until 11 o'clock. And then yet we have another one to the north. But that also goes into the 11 o'clock. And that also has wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour. We can get cloud tops as high as 50,000 feet from these areas, and upwards to 3 inches in diameter. So this is also a dangerous storm, and areas in its path that's in parts of Colorado, Kansas, as well as Nebraska here, Burlington, Lamar, and to Colby, McCook, Garden City, Scott City is also in the path. So all these areas are going to be under the gun for that large hail, damaging winds, and that severe weather. But currently, right now, let's zoom in, because we do have our first tornado warning of the day. This is a radar indicated tornado. I've been watching the storm chasers that we've seen a lot of funnels. We've seen several funnels. We don't have any confirmation of something hitting the ground as of yet, but this is our area of concern currently at the moment with our tornado watch for Red Trop, Oklahoma. This storm is moving northeast at 16 miles an hour, and areas in its path are going to be Elk City, going to be traveling just to the south of Elk City, and to Foss area. So all those areas need to be on the lookout for potentially tornado happening, going in your direction, with quarter size hail up to, and then expires at 7 o'clock. So these are all moving. These are all generally going to be moving northeast throughout the night. So we're expecting supercell thunderstorms to develop. I was going to start about 7 o'clock, but this cell popped up early, so I decided to come on board a little bit earlier. But it's going to be a long night. I was looking at some of the high resolution models, and they've got these isolated discrete supercells, which is kind of what we're seeing now pop up. And those are the ones that are going to have to be on the lookout for that large hail and that isolated tornado threat within that sector. And then eventually all this is going to form into a massive squall line, kind of like we did the other night, and kind of back build and then race across into Oklahoma. But it's going to be a long night. I mean, I don't really expect these things to really get cranking until 8, 9 o'clock. And then they're going to move into a squall line, probably 11 to 12 o'clock at night, and then move off to the east. It could be in the Oklahoma City area about 3 o'clock in the morning. So this is going to be an all-night affair of severe weather. So yeah, it's definitely one of those things to keep your NOAA weather radio handy, and or tune in with me to give you up-to-date coverage. But currently, these yellow boxes that you're seeing here, I have the Dallas-Fort Worth radar. I'll need to switch radars from time to time to kind of give you a true depiction of what's happening, because it's just such a huge area. So right now, this is on the Dallas-Fort Worth radar. And what we're looking at here, there's nothing severe within North Texas. We're watching this warm front. This warm front down was south into Houston this morning. That has rapidly rebounded, and that's the surge. It's bringing the Gulf moisture with it. And that's what's tapping these thunderstorms as we have a powerful jet that's coming across from the west. And that's what's initiating this supercell thunderstorm. So I'm not really expecting severe weather in North Texas, but all the action is going to be into the panhandle of Texas, and especially that western part, southwest part of Oklahoma, and then getting into Kansas. So that's kind of the bullseye. Hey, Mid South, doing great work, man. Keep it up. I appreciate it. Hey, Kathy, it rained here for a minute before, and we must close. Hey, howdy, pal. Good to see you on here. What's happening on the coast of Oregon? Yeah, right now we're just going to focus on this severe weather threat currently right now that's happening over the plains. It's too much to toggle back and forth. I'm going to try for this live. I'm really trying to focus on the main severe weather threat tonight, which is in the plains, and as well as parts of Texas here. But yeah, we also have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings currently, and let me go over the parameters on these warnings because these can be just as bad sometimes. So here, this one's located over the Vernon area. Let me get okay, here it is. Yeah, it's going to be this one expires. Well, they continued it until 7. So the places for this severe thunderstorm warning are going to be Vernon, as well as the Lockett area, Texas. This is also moving off to the northeast. Areas in its path is Tipton until 7:11. At 7:11, it's going to be in Tipton area, and also Hedrick at 7:22, moving at north at 46 miles an hour. So just like the other night, these things are booking it. They're racing pretty strong. We've got a powerful jet stream. We've been talking about these 2 massive storms for about a week now, and we had the one on Sunday, and now we're having this one on Tuesday, and then it's all going to end with a very heavy rain setup over Texas, over central Texas. There's nothing happening in Dallas-Fort Worth area currently right now, but all the action is going to be there tomorrow with the remnants of Pamela going to be out here in the Eastern Pacific. This cold front right here that'll eventually be on the move is going to be getting close, but there's an area of high pressure here that's over the southeast, and there's an area of low pressure up to the north, and this instability is going to be caught in the middle. So you're going to have training thunderstorms tomorrow, essentially from San Antonio to Austin to North Texas, and aligned with convective banding. The Weather Prediction Center has a moderate risk for excessive rainfall tomorrow. They've got flash flood watches in this area. So I'm expecting numerous flood warnings happening throughout the day. It's going to be a very nasty day for this whole entire area. Not much, maybe severe weather, but the main threat is going to be your flash flooding setup. So if you're in this corridor, you definitely have to be looking out for a nasty day tomorrow. Really, anywhere from it extends all the way into San Antonio to Austin to Dallas, upwards to parts of Oklahoma. This is a massive swath of precipitation coming through tomorrow from the remnants of Pamela down there. It's a hurricane currently. It's going to be hitting Mexico, but eventually it's going to die out over the mountains, but it's going to spread all of its precipitation into Texas. Hey, Keith, how's it going, buddy? Roy, you called the blizzard in the west and no one else did, my friend. Yeah, it was pretty nasty. I know Logan, Utah had 11 inches this morning. Bozeman had a crazy snowstorm. I mean, it's still snowing. This is like day 2. It's going to be snowing tomorrow too in the backside. So we're not even like halfway done from that snow event. I had several truck drivers reach out to me, and unfortunately they're stuck and they can't get anywhere. It's just a nightmare. We talked about it as being a nightmare traveling, not only with the crazy wind, but just with the massive jets coming across with 2 severe weather events and the snowstorm. It's just one of those weeks. It was just a very, very active week. And then once we get to Thursday, I mean, it like just quickly just drops off the map. I mean, it's like crystal clear for much of the United States in a lot of areas. So it's going to be really nice for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, technically, after we get done with all this severe weather and And then the flash flooding set up over Texas for tomorrow and into Thursday. Oh, Reed Timmer said confirmed tornado. It's rain wrapped. All right, let me zoom into this. All right, so let me zoom into this area. Let me put the velocity on. Come on. Is it updating? Come on, software. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's all right. So there's a rain wrap. We've got confirmation from a storm spotter out there. There's a rain wrap tornado that's on the ground. It's moving north at 22 miles an hour. Areas in its path is Canute. Oh wow! Look at the last frame. So that is now producing some large hail with it as well. So it's going to be in the Canute area at 7:27. See, these things are racing off to the north at 22 miles an hour, and that black right there, that is definitely indicative of some large hail that's coming out of the sky right now with that supercell. So this is a very dangerous storm. Let me see what he's saying about it. I'm toggling back and forth on my other monitor, and I've got about 20 windows open here. I know this is going to be a very active night, so that's what I want. I didn't want to bounce around too much and stay focused on this severe weather threat that's unfolding here. Tree over supercells, Neil Vernon, just to the south of Elk City. Those are flying north at 50 miles an hour. Okay. Yeah. So if you're just jumping on board, we're watching this this tornado warned supercell out in near Elk City here. That's racing across at north at 22 miles an hour. So this has a confirmation from a storm spotter that it looks like we do have a tornado that's on the ground, but it is rain wrapped currently. So it's going to be very difficult to see in that condition. Come on, software. It's not changing over. Sorry, my software is acting up. Crazy winds right now in New Mexico. Yeah, that's the winds that are coming across that powerful jet that's coming across. So that's the winds are going to be, still flying for the next day or two in that area for sure. Okay. Oh, I got to switch radars. That's the problem. Let me switch radars. Yeah, it's such a big area. Okay, now it's pulling through. I was on the Dallas-Fort Worth radar. Okay, so yeah, this is the area that's of concern. It's near Carter, near the Carter area in Oklahoma here. This is the cell that's concerned about where all these colors mix. This is the cell that's potentially rain wrapped currently right now that's producing a tornado from a storm spotter out there that's moving north at 22 miles an hour. So if you live in the Canute area by 7:21, it should be knocking on your doorstep. So definitely take cover from this dangerous storm that's rapidly approaching your area. And even if you live in Elk City, be on guard because this could easily change directions, and it's heading towards Interstate 40 there. So definitely be on the lookout. These storms are going to be forming, and these are all going to be racing off to the north or northeast throughout the evening. So that's typically the motion that we're going to be looking for, the storms to initiate. And then once they initiate, they're going to rapidly lift off to the north or the northeast. and then just continue in that fashion. Right now, we're looking for just that those isolated supercells that pop up, and those are the ones that we have to be on the most concerned about. Because look, I mean, I've got the radar on. There's not much around these other areas. It's just these very isolated parts, and but that's what makes them so strong because there's nothing to absorb any of that energy on the outside. It's able to just form, and those cloud tops with this tornado watch can go up to 50,000 feet in the air. So that's why that you're able to produce some of those large hail threat as well. The higher the cloud tops, the higher the atmosphere, the more air time it has in the air for it to freeze and refreeze, and those hailstones just typically just get bigger and bigger and bigger until they outweigh the updraft and they're able to fall to the surface. And that's what we're probably going to have play out. Knife. Oh, Newt. Hey, Jan. Hey, Kay. The Daily Donkey. Hey, Daily Donkey, how are you doing? How's it going? So yeah, so this is the storm we're concerned about. It's going on for another 14 minutes. It had a tornado. I mean, you can almost see just a tad bit of a little bit of a hook. That's probably the area of concern that they had a rain wrapped tornado. I can't tell if it's still on the ground or not, but this storm has a history of producing tornado. These are going to be moving quick, just like we saw the other night in Oklahoma. They're moving at 45, 55 miles an hour. I think at last report, the National Weather Service had maybe up to 16 tornadoes. There might have been more confirmed. Most of them, fortunately, were on the smaller variety of that EF0, EF1. I think there was one bigger one of EF1, EF2, and Kawita, as I know when it hit Anadarko the other night as well. So, but yeah, I mean, tonight, they upgraded it to a moderate risk in some of those areas. They have a 15% hashed risk of a potential EF2 tornado. So the atmosphere is definitely capable of producing some of those larger, stronger tornadoes tonight. So let's what's the significance of the shadows? I can remove them. Those are the tornado watches. Right now, I have it on just to show you where the tornado watch is. If you're just tuning on, these areas in green are the tornado watch. So I'll put that up. That's up to 11 o'clock. These are areas and parts of Oklahoma, as well as parts of Texas here that are under that tornado watch until 11 o'clock. You can have wind gusts upwards to 80 miles an hour. You can have cloud tops up to 50,000 feet up in the sky, and have some of those larger hailstones just in a very isolated areas of upwards to 3 inches, which we saw the other night in the Norman, Oklahoma area. On the southeast side of Norman, they did have confirmed 3-inch hail, which is basically baseball size hail. Baseball size hail is 2.75 or greater. And they were having numerous pictures of it going through people's windshields. You get stuff like that does some serious damage to not only cars, but roofs, to air conditions. It does a lot of damage on everything. So hopefully it doesn't get that bad, but this is why we're here of, warning you of all the particulars. So yeah, I mean, if you're definitely in that zone tonight of these tornado watches, and both in Colorado or into Oklahoma and Texas, you need to have your cars under cover if at all possible between now and 11 o'clock for those next 4 hours, because the atmosphere is definitely capable. What we're seeing, just the beginning stages of it right now. I mean, you had that hail that popped up earlier, and now it's not there. It's nearly as strong. You're not seeing the black. We never saw it turn white, so it wasn't quite that big to be that concerned, but it did show black, which is typically anywhere from quarter size to up to $half size, sometimes a golf ball size. And then once we get into that white area, that's typically when you start seeing the ping pong ball size, the tennis ball size, the baseball size. and hopefully it doesn't get to this scenario of like softball or grapefruit. And grapefruit softball gets up to like what 3.75. Grapefruit gets up to 4.25, and you start getting into that area, and then it starts literally going through people's houses. So yeah, I mean that's some serious nasty stuff right there. Hey Jan, how are you doing? Yeah, let me go back on the velocity. Yeah, so it's these areas right here. I mean, these little notches where you see the greens mixing with the reds, that's typically where you're seeing the circulation take place right now. So those are the areas that even have a like a funnel, or it has something touching the ground currently. So this is the area of the concern. This is why they have that tornado warning in place right now for this dangerous supercell that's showing a radar indicated tornado, and then we have confirmation on the ground of that from a storm spotter that showed lowering, touching the ground, and it was rain wrap, so it was difficult to see because it is, you know what, 6:51 now. Now it's getting, pretty much near dark there in that area. So it's going to be one of those things. It's going to be difficult to see these things at night. Hey, just joining. I'm not sure how they figure out the radar detected tornado, but thank you for what you do. Hey, Josh. It's just what we're seeing now is these mixings in the velocity, where they see the winds change in directions, or a rotation of the upper levels. This is what they call radar indicated without a confirmed spotter on the ground. So a lot of times they rely on spotters, heavily, but they can't always get every single one of them. So then they rely on the radar heavily as well. And a lot of them can't be spotted by us, chasers on the ground, especially at night. Even though there's probably numerous chasers out there right now, some of these can be missed. Okay, here we go. Here's a new one. This is a new cell, so they just extended this. This is a new tornado warning. So let me refresh this, and let me get you the new specs on this. This is a brand new tornado warning between now and 7:15 for areas of Burns Flat, Oklahoma, Dill City, Oklahoma, Canute, Oklahoma, until 7:15. So these are the areas of concern as this same supercell continues to lift off to the northeast at 33 miles an hour. So it's going to be in the Burns Flat area at 7:11. So right now it's 6:52. You got 20 minutes to take shelter between now and 7:11 of this radar indicated tornado that's going to be heading your way in the Burns Flat area. So definitely take cover by 7:11, and then in the Foss area at 7:20, and Clinton at 7:40, and then the Arapahoe area at 7:46. So those are some of your locations and times if this cell holds together. And so far it has. It seems like it's held together for the past 20 minutes as we're picking up our second tornado warning of the day. Hey, Kristen. Hey, thanks for tuning in from Collin County. We're good for. There's nothing in Collin County tonight. This is mainly a Texas Panhandle event, and Oklahoma and Kansas. There's nothing in North Texas tonight, so there's nothing to worry about there. No severe weather in North Texas tonight. Oh, your TV is out. Sorry, Linda. Well, I'll keep you posted as best I can on here. Madill, Oklahoma. Do you think Dallas is going to have severe weather? No, there's no severe weather in North Texas tonight. Nice inflow notch. Lisa Hale is back announcing on Radio People Station advertising. Let's see if she's still in Wisconsin. The doctor's office. I feel so bad for the people in Oklahoma. Yeah, this is a back-to-back event. I mean, yeah, these are definitely back-to-back events. They just got hit Sunday, and now it looks like they're going to be hit again fairly soon. So, yeah, these are the areas of concern currently right now. As we zoom out, we still got that area That's not a tornado warning, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 7. So it's got about 5 more minutes, but you can definitely see the cell continues lifting off into the north at 47 miles an hour. It'll be in the Altus area shortly. So that'll be knocking on your doorstep, and it's probably going to be extended. This is in, this area is basically northeast of the Metroplex. So this is Vernon is considered somewhat parts of the Metroplex. The tornado watch goes all the way through down towards Bowie, but I'm not, again, in North Texas, I'm not expecting any severe weather whatsoever in North Texas. This is basically where it ends in Seymour and Wichita Falls area. So everything is well to the north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I'm not going to be focused on the Dallas-Fort Worth area currently because there's nothing happening down there, and I'm not expecting anything. Your event comes tomorrow with all the flash flooding. So, but yeah, so we've got these 2 radar indicated tornadoes. Yeah, look at that notch here. This is what you don't want to see. This is probably indicative of a tornado currently on the ground with this notch right here. It's got great inflow. So this is the area of concern as we switch to the velocity index, and look at all the colors there. So yeah, right there where that little notch is, that's the area. Then it's moved here. So this looks like definitely a tornado that's currently on the ground here. This is a dangerous situation that's lifting off into the Burns Flat area. This definitely looks like it's heading directly towards maybe just south of the Burns Flat area. So if you live in that zone, you definitely need to take cover, because to me, this looks like a developing, if not tornado, on the ground currently as we speak, lifting off to the northeast here. So these areas in the path is going to be in the Burns Flat area by 7:15. So you're running out of time to take cover. So you need to be in your safe zone. Get in there right now and wait this storm out, because it definitely looks like there's a developing, or if not tornado, touching the ground currently right now in and around near the Burns Flat area, approaching in the next 15 minutes. It'll be in the Foss area at 7:24, the Clinton area at 7:44, and the Arapahoe area at 7:50. Hey, Daniel. Hey, midnight tonight. Yeah, it depends on where you live. Yeah, this is one of those nights. It's an all-night affair. Yeah, this is an all-night affair. No need for the sun. These storms are going well after that. Low-level jet kicks in and supplies warm more still. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. I mean, we've been waiting on this warm front all day, and there's the warm front, right? I mean, this is your recipe for severe weather. It's tapping into the warm front. This is what's setting the stage for this severe weather. They've been waiting on this moisture, and it's finally kicking in. And so once it kicks into that low-level jet, boom, that's where we're seeing that rapid initiation for storms. And unfortunately, this is going to continue pinwheeling to the east here, and that's going to set the stage overnight. This is all going to happen around this area, and then eventually form into a squall line. But between now and then, we've got nasty supercells to deal with, probably for several hours to come. And eventually, this will be in and around the Oklahoma City area, probably about 3 o'clock in the morning. So that just goes to show you what we're dealing with for the evening. And this area right here is the main concern for that severe weather, with the setup that we have of this powerful jet that's coming across, racing from the west. And we've got this warm sector supplying the moisture from the Gulf, and there's plenty of it. And that's what's giving the instability. And you don't definitely need the sun in that situation for sure. You got everything you need for all the ingredients is already going to be supplied. Unfortunately. Yeah, man, this is going to be one of those sleep in the basement nights for the people in these areas. Is Dallas in North Texas? Yeah, Dallas is in North Texas, because he said multiple times that North Texas is not going to get hit. Yeah, Dallas is right in the middle of North Texas. Yeah, I know a lot of people. That's why I posted numerous times earlier. There's no severe weather threat, but I am going live. This is mainly a north, north of the Metroplex, well to the north, Wichita Falls, to the panhandle of Texas, and going into Oklahoma, going into Kansas. So, but I'm streaming both on Facebook and YouTube just to warn everybody, all my Facebook followers. There's people that follow me outside of the DFW Metroplex, and of course YouTube. I do coverage nationwide every single day, so I'm trying to warn as people as many people as possible. So so that's why that's why I went going live on Facebook as well. All right, so let's zoom back into this area of concern. All right, so it looks like one of those areas was able to expire, so that's good. It hit 7 o'clock, so that definitely expired. But we're still seeing that notch. I mean, we're still seeing all those different colors come in. That's whenever you see this mixing of these reds and greens, and especially these whites starting to pop up, that's showing areas of circulation, showing areas of some sort of debris trying to fly in the atmosphere. So that is not a good sign at all for on the base velocity view, because this is definitely showing some sort of spin, rotation in the atmosphere, something on the ground currently as we speak, heading off into the Burns Flat area at 7:20, in the Foss area at 7:28, and it continues to Clinton at 7:48. So let's get off here, go back to the reflectivity view. Yeah, see that notch? I mean, this is the area of concern. That's definitely showing some signs of a possible tornado here with that notch. That's definitely never a good sign. And that black here, that's typically a sign of some hail. So that is some larger hail that's trying to form and fall out of the sky as well. That we have to be on the lookout as well. So that is some dangerous hail that's trying to form in those areas currently right now as we speak. Okay. All right, so let me move around and see what else is happening. Where's the radar I can tap into? Okay. All right, so this is to the north. So I pulled into another radar. So I'm moving north now. So there looks like there's these three areas of concern to the north towards into the Nebraska area, get into Kansas area of thunderstorm warnings in effect in these areas. All right, so we've got this cell right here. This is a thunderstorm warning until 7:30. It's moving northeast at 39 miles an hour. That's in the Springfield area. So that is a dangerous supercell right here. We've got one to the north as well, going into the Holly area. That goes until also 7:30. And then we have one well to the north of that. That is also a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 8 o'clock. And is that true? It's 75 miles an hour. The thing is moving at 75 miles an hour. That thing is flying. Wow. But yeah, you can definitely see this line here that's really forming. There's also a new tornado warning to the north here. So this is a huge area I'm trying to cover tonight. So I'm sorry for bouncing around here. Okay, so it looks like this cell right here into the Amherst area that has a particular tornado warning attached to it. Currently, right now, this is radar indicated possible tornado that's on the ground near the Holyoke area, as well as Lamar. This particular cell is going to be in the Holyoke at 715, Big Springs at 756, and then also Burrell at 803. So if you're in those areas, you need to take shelter currently right now with this radar indicated tornado that's also moving off and to the north at 51 miles an hour. So these things are rapidly moving to the north. And then we have one to the right of that cell as well. That's also moving northeast at 43 miles an hour near the Grant or Lamar area of a possible tornado that's, I guess, picking up on the west side of this particular radar indicated tornado. So this is also a dangerous cell to the north as well as we go into towards the North Platte area, and that's getting close to near Nebraska now. So you can definitely see this thing extends well to the north as the jet. I mean, if we zoom out here, this is the area of concern. It's essentially all the way to southern parts of Nebraska and all the way to the northern tip of the Texas Panhandle. So this is what we're dealing with tonight as this powerful jet comes across. Here's the cold front, and there's the warm front. And right in this sector, that's where the zone of is breaking out with that severe weather. And this is the area of concern tonight with all the ingredients in place for that severe weather that's going to be popping out in this area. So that's why I'm having to kind of bounce back and forth and use different radars, because this is just such a huge swath covering 4 to 5 states. And to be able to tap into a radar, the radar only beams out, 120, 150 miles out before it's typically not any good anymore. And then we have to switch radars to a closer location to get better data. But man, you can see what we're working with here. We got a nasty line that's developing into a squall line already. And typically when that happens, it seems to be transferring. Yes, we're going to get isolated spin up tornadoes, but it looks to be that we're transferring to that higher wind threat with that solid line. You get isolated tornadoes to spin up on ahead, along on the leading edge of that line, but we might not get the large hail potential like we're seeing currently right now with these isolated supercells down here towards Texas and Oklahoma. So I think this is where more of the isolated type stuff is going to be for the next couple of hours. And this is the stuff that could be turning, more severe with bigger hail and maybe potentially bigger tornadoes potentially. And these up here that form into a solid line are maybe less likely to have, bigger hail associated with it and tornadoes, or at least a larger variety. And then the main threat will be your damaging winds, your 70 to 80 mile per hour straight line damaging squall line winds that move across, from west to east here. So that's what we're dealing with tonight from this. Fun fact: all storms have inflow. Inflow is the air moving into its place, rising air at the storm's updraft. Hey, I appreciate it, Tyler. Hey, Jackie, great coverage. Yeah, let me see if the Storm Prediction Center did their evening update yet. Because they did highlight a moderate risk earlier. Yeah, so that slight risk of severe weather. I mean, the marginal risk goes all the way up until it even extends further than I thought, all the way to south of South Dakota here. So this is essentially from South Dakota all the way into far northwest Texas. So that is a huge area of concern for severe weather. And really, once you get in the bullseye in the middle there, where everything is coming together, that's is the main player with the main setup for the severe weather. So let me go back and tap back into the radar back down here by Texas. All right. Yeah, so I mean, it's still showing that little hook I mean, if you zoom in here, look, I mean, it's still showing that little couplet here of that little hook that we're concerned about near the Burns Flat area. So it's right, yeah, and right there knocking on your doorstep in the next 10, 15 minutes in the Burns Flat area. And it's still showing some sort of maybe hook. So even now, it's still showing some sort of rotation possibly on the ground currently, lifting off into the northeast there at 33 miles an hour. And that'll be crossing over Interstate 40 shortly in the next 20, 30 minutes and eventually getting towards the Clinton area. So if you live in Clinton, you're not technically under a you know tornado warning currently, but you could be with this radar indicated tornado. So definitely be on the lookout for over the next 30 to 45 minutes in and around the Clinton area, and eventually possibly into the Weatherford area is not out of the question. That's Weatherford, Oklahoma. Into that area as it continues lifting off into the northeast. Yeah, the one near Vernon is not severe, so they let that one expire. Hey Garrett, thanks buddy. Hey John, how's it going? Yeah, nothing in McKinney tonight. This is all a plane the plains event and far north the Panhandle. There's no weather. There's no weather in McKinney tonight. Um, okay. Yeah, so I appreciate you jumping on board here. Yeah, I know this is a big area to cover, and I hate that I have to bounce from radar to radar and kind of jump around. So if it was just more or less this one right here, it wouldn't be so bad. When I have to go to the north and jump 4 or 5 states, it does get very difficult. So definitely bear with me. I'll try to do the best I can to keep track of all these watches and warnings because I'm constantly gonna have to switch radars and zoom in and zoom out and to get the best viewing for everybody. So let me swing back up and tap into this radar currently right now up towards Kansas because there's numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in and around the Kansas area currently right now. So those are also packing a punch with those isolated supercells. There's one near the Springfield area. That one expires at 7:30 for another 18 minutes. That one's moving northeast at 39 miles an hour. Towner, Colorado, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for Imperial, Nebraska, Grant, Nebraska, until 7 o'clock. So that one's already expired. Let me refresh this. Okay. All right, so let me zoom in here. So this is This is by the Holly area. This one's also moving. This one's actually moving east at 28 miles an hour. It could be near the Syracuse area, Coolidge by 7:39, and the Syracuse area by 8:03. So if you live in those areas, this is a zone that the right now the radar is indicating a possible tornado with this supercell as this is racing across to the east at 28 miles an hour. Yeah, looks like more coffee tonight. Yeah, I'm locked and loaded here. I got my coffee. I got my full bottle of water here. Got my what 62, yeah, this is a half gallon. So I got a half gallon of water. Say Dr. Pepper. How are you doing, Dr. Pepper? Hey, good to see you on here. Hey, Richard. Thank you. Is it going to be cold next weekend? Next weekend or this weekend? I mean, the cold front's coming in. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, today's Tuesday. Yeah, it's supposed to be cold out. After this, everything moves out on Thursday. We'll have the coldest temperatures of the season. Filter in finally in the central part of the U.S. and Oklahoma and Texas. Eventually, it'll swing off to the east a little bit, but it's going to modify as it swings east. But yeah, but definitely in areas into beautiful clear skies out right now. Temperatures 59 degrees in Boston. Yeah, I think Phoenix the high was only near 70 degrees today. I mean, it's got some pretty cold air. I mean, Dallas is going to be down to 48 by this weekend. Austin's going to be down that low. This is definitely the coldest temperatures of the season. And I mean, it has all that snow out west is finally moving on. But yes, it's going to modify the further east you live. It's definitely going to modify if you continue towards the Ohio Valley and the Northeast and parts of the Southeast. All right, so let me zoom back out. All right. Yeah, so the one near Vernon, that's not severe currently. The one near Altus, that's not severe. We're still dealing with that one by by Foss and by the that looks like there's still a tornado warning currently until 7:45. They must have continued that. Yeah, the Burns Flat area and Bessie, Oklahoma until 7:45. So if you put the track on that, it's going to be in the Burns Flat area at 7:25. Yeah, so it's not that far away now in the Burns Flat area. And then Bessie at 7:47 as this continues racing across to the northeast at 28 miles an hour. And it still got that notch, and it still has that notch. So there's definitely rotation in the atmosphere for sure. And it's got some larger hail with it on the north side, but it's that southwest side that we have to be concerned about as this continues to show some sort of rotation on the ground even as we speak, and it's been showing this for the past 20 minutes as this continues lifting across to the northeast at 28 miles an hour. Let me see if I can get any storm spotter. Needs to take shelter. The storm is moving into a town to produce a tornado. Textbook presentation. That was in Cordell. It was still daylight. Rotating supercell with broad wall clouds southeast of Elk City, Oklahoma. Yeah, that's the one right here. So I'm watching storm spotters right now. Yeah, it's definitely got this one's showing a wall cloud, but I'm sure it's touched down at times as this continues moving across. Yeah, so right now this is the cell that all the storm spotters has on radar here, as this shows lowering at times, wall cloud, or even touching the ground as this continues moving across to the east at 28 miles an hour. Yeah, I'm looking at all the storm spotters. They are definitely out in full force. There's easily about 150, 200 storm spotters out there across 4 or 5 states right now. So, yeah, they're definitely out there doing their best they can to bring us the action, so we can relay it to you on the ground, so you can take shelter as quickly as possible with something approaching. Yeah, I'm just trying to go back towards my feed now, see if I missed anything. Yeah, everybody keeps saying, yeah, developing tornado near the Burns Flat, Oklahoma area. So yeah, this is the area of concern that everybody's looking at currently right now. It does look on this last frame here, though. It's not. It's closing in. It's not separated as it was earlier. So that's usually a good sign that it's losing some of its vorticity as it's continued moving across. So that's, and you'll see that. I mean, these things are going to pulse up and pulse down. So that's pretty common with these supercells, even with hail. So but right now, it definitely looks like it's either gone back up in the atmosphere, it's losing its rotation because it's definitely closed off at the moment, and we're not seeing the rotation like we were seeing earlier with this supercell because it looked like it was still showing at least some sort of rotation for a good 20 minutes there. Hey, Chuck. Yeah, so the rain in the Metroplex is essentially going to start tomorrow. Everything starts tomorrow in the Metroplex. The flash flood watches. There was a 40% chance of rain today. Some areas got rain. I picked up a little bit of rain at my house. I was out all over some different towns today that picked up sporadic rain. So we had like 40% isolated showers today. But all that really ramps up tomorrow with the cold front, and that's why the flash flood watch starts at 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, so there's nothing to worry about tonight in North Texas. Yeah, when it's recycled, it re-strengthens. Well, it could back. They call it back build, or like you said, recycling. Um, just kind of reforming, getting its act together again. But yeah, here's that notch. It's definitely not as closed off, separated as it was earlier. Hey, Richard. Yeah, it's also called cycling, the correct term when a tornado forms in a tornado genesis. Hey, thanks, Tyler. Hey, I appreciate all the tips. Hey, great. I could use all the help I can get on this feed. I greatly appreciate it. I'm a one man show here, trying to do everything to inform everybody. So it sounds like you know your stuff. So hey, I'm happy. I'm happy to use the help any way you can tonight. Reed Timmer is live streaming and showed a tornado on the ground. Hey, Rudy. Yeah, so this is the area that he's probably talking about near the Burns Flat area. I mean, is he live right now? I'm on his Twitter. He's not. I don't see him live. Go Facebook. Okay, yeah, live happening in Western Oklahoma. Of course, this was 15 minutes ago too. Okay, I'm watching it now. Yeah, in Western Oklahoma. This was the area that he was on right now here. Yeah, this is the tornado that he was talking about. But his feed was also 15 minutes ago. And it's not there anymore. I mean, if it's there, it would be right here. Yeah, so Burns Flat, 732, Bessie at 724. So there's the Burns Flat area. And of course, his feed's like completely dark. So it's very difficult to see. It's pitch black outside. And plus, it's pouring down rain in this area. Yeah, so this is the main interest right here. In and around the Burns Flat area. It looks like it's going to travel south of Clinton, south of Weatherford as this continues moving across. This goes until 7:45, so another 20 minutes as it's racing northeast at 28 miles an hour. You said tomorrow concern for DFW area. Hey, Rebecca. Yes, there's a flash flood watch that starts for DFW tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. The flash flood watch goes from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Thursday night for very heavy rain. 2 to 5 inches. 2 to 5 inches in DFW. All right, so this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued just around that same area as this continues moving across to the northeast at 26 miles an hour. So these are the areas in its path. It's going to be that Burns Flat area again, Foss, and into Stafford, into Custer City, up to Arapahoe, into Clinton, into Bessie, as well as the Weatherford area. Those are the areas of concern that could have some golf ball size hail associated with it, and some of those winds up to 70 miles an hour, and then that isolated tornado threat as well on the south side of this supercell. Yeah, that pink right there, that's usually an area of very heavy rain. Once you get in that black zone, that's the indication of some higher hailstones, some bigger hailstones here. But yeah, there's the notch. I mean, that continues to show the notch there. So that's the area of concern. They went ahead and let that tornado warning expire. So that is definitely a good sign. They went ahead and let it expire. But like you said, Tyler said, it was cycling, and it's just maybe just rebuilding itself, and it continues to tap into that untapped environment, and then it might reform again. So these are just something we have to look at all night long, as these are all essentially still discrete. I mean, these are very discrete. There's definitely no solid line like we're seeing well to the north. Hey, Tiffany. Hey, thanks for the donation, Tiffany. Yeah, and everybody on Facebook, I appreciate all the stars out there. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, if you're not familiar with stars on Facebook, it's one of those things. They have it's a digital gift. It's a donation you can send through Facebook, and it's a way to help support the channel and help support the page. And yeah, I mean, I definitely greatly appreciate everyone out there. Like I said, I'll do my best to keep everybody informed. I plan on being on here for a while tonight. We did this Sunday for about 6.5 hours. So yeah, I plan on being on here late again tonight, as I'm looking for a very, unfortunately, again, another very active night. So right now we're seeing things calm down a little bit, which is definitely a good sign. So let me just switch to the north here and change radars and see what's happening further north. Okay, so we're still seeing that nasty squall line. That's already kind of transferred into that maybe a wind threat. This is a brand new tornado warning that you're getting on the leading edge of these squall lines here. So this is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued for Sharon Springs, Kansas. So this is the area if we zoom in. Yeah, Sharon Springs right here. So at 7:28, this is a brand new tornado warning that goes until 8 o'clock for the next 32 minutes. This supercell is moving northeast. Look at all that black associated with some dangerous hail on the south side. 30 miles an hour. Locations in its path are going to be the Sharon Springs area at 7:32. It is knocking on your doorstep in 3 minutes. You don't have much warning to get in your safe zone, but definitely get there quick, because we got a developing tornado radar indicated tornado heading your way, rapidly approaching, going to be there in 3 minutes. So definitely take shelter now, and then eventually going to be in the Wallace area. So this is definitely a nasty supercell that continues to lift off into the northeast at 30 miles an hour. And look at all the black showing up on the south side. That is some very large hail, probably up to golf ball to maybe some ping pong size mixed in that. That's probably some damaging hail that's happening currently as this continues moving across. So locations and the path from the tail end of this is going to be Wallace at 747, the Horse area at 752, Tribune at 752, Winona at 807, and then the Russell Springs area at 814. As on the south side, it looks to be mainly a very heavy rain and some larger hail. But just to the north of there, we do have that radar indicated tornado that ping pong pow. Hey Parker, how you doing? Hey, Reed Timber says that's a funnel that's coming down. Yeah, the one in Burns Flat. Yeah, it's definitely been pulsing up and pulsing down. You hit the little gray $S on the right of the comment bar. Hey, thank you, Kay. I appreciate it. Hey, Conscious. How are you doing? Good to see you on here. Yes, I'm going live now. I know you asked about it the other day, if I ever go live. I'm here. So, no, I'm happy to do this. Yeah, it's good to see it. A lot of these names that I recognize every morning on a daily basis when I upload my videos. Dr. Pepper. I mean, I recognize a lot of these common names that are always watching every single morning. You don't seem like you don't miss a video. It's one of those things. I mean, I always have it. I mean, I usually have one uploaded every 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. That's when I try to get something there to keep you ahead of the storm. And I typically try to go like 7 days out to kind of give you a good snapshot of what's going to happen for the next 7 days. Hey, Danielle, how you doing? Hey, good to see you on here. He's calling the good doctor, Dr. Pepper. I love the movie. Hey, Marissa. Oh, fun facts. The movie Twister portrays a tornado in the inaccurate fashion. A tornado doesn't blow air, it pulls air in from all directions. Unlike Twister, I do like the movie. Yeah, I mean, it is a movie. It's not like 100% realistic, but it is a movie, and it's one of those classics that every single time it's on TBS or one of those that I always have to like stop it and watch it. So, and I could probably rehearse every line of the movie. Hey, Brett. Hey, buddy. Good to see you on here. Hey, Jamaica. Thanks for watching. All right. So let me zoom out. Yeah, it looks like that one in Elk City's got some bigger hail to it now. Yeah, that's definitely on the golf ball size variety. Yeah, that cell just to the north of Burns Flat, north of Betsy, just south of I-40 there, looks like definitely some golf ball size hail falling out of that supercell. This pocket of purple here, that is some larger hail falling out of the sky right now that's continued moving across. Going to be heading towards the Clifton area. So it definitely looks like some sort of rotation on the south side. They let the tornado warning expire, but just to the north here, we got some larger hail that has formed. That is going to be an issue too, as well, just along the I-40 corridor there, as this would continue lifting off towards the Clifton and the Weatherford area. You turn green when you become a monthly contributor. I meant drive in. Watching from Corpus Christi. I hope all the folks up there survived the storm. Hey, thanks for watching from Corpus Christi. Okay. Let me go on my yeah, I'm trying to pull up my other feed here. Hey, Jackie Bruce. Hey, I appreciate the stars. Thank you so much. Hey, watching from Saginaw. Looks like we have a bumpy ride for the next few days. Yeah, just a lot of rain, Kim. Yeah, just a lot of very heavy rain, which we needed. I mean, that should put the drought conditions have definitely creeped back in into parts of Texas for sure. But hopefully, all that rain will put a really big damper on the drought. I mean, it's a pretty big swath that's coming through tomorrow and Thursday. Yeah, so here's the warnings tonight from the Storm Prediction Center. And you can see, I mean, yeah, they have a marginal risk for North Texas, but that was mainly for just higher wind gust. There's no hail or really not much rain to speak of. So, but yeah, all the action. This is the area of concern where they did upgrade it earlier to that moderate risk towards the Woodwood area and to north of the Garden Cities area. So that's the main bullseye tonight, where we're going to see most of the severe stuff. And then really all in the enhanced risk area as well, where we're seeing those tornado warnings currently right now, and a lot of those tornado warnings and watches. So that's another area. So we got a pretty big area to be concerned about, from Garden City to Salina to Wichita, all the way down and near the Oklahoma City area, and this goes all the way down south into Wichita Falls. So this is definitely the area of concern that we have to focus on tonight. And you can see the instability. The reason why this is happening is we've got this warm front. This is depicted on this, this red shaded area. That's the boundary. I've got the temperatures on here, so you can see it's 82 in Dallas, but to the north it's 70. So they're in the cooler air. Dallas is in the warmer side, and then you have the cold front coming in from the west. We've got 20s back behind it. So that's where all the cold air, and right in the middle, that's where all the instability is. So that's the area of concern. So you got that lift from the warm front, that's causing the lift. You have the powerful jet coming across, and all this rotates in the middle. And that's why we're seeing that larger hail and some of those isolated tornadoes. And then the cold front's going to continue moving across into Texas tomorrow. And then, that's when we get into, some of those higher rain chances for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Day one. Let's see. National Weather Service. Okay, so that's where they have that tornado watch. So I'm showing you all the warnings and watches now. You probably see it better than that flashing green. So this is the area of the tornado watch, and this is the other area of the tornado watch that's currently right now. Turn that off. Forecast. Day two. Okay, so I'm trying to show you some of the rain for tomorrow. So this is the day two forecast from the Weather Prediction Center right now for tomorrow. So this is tomorrow. So I know I'm kind of skipping ahead a little bit, but yeah, this is the heavy rain setting up for tomorrow. So you can see a lot of the reds there. That's indicating 4 to 6 to maybe 8 inches in and around the San Antonio area and to the Round Rock area. So this is all day tomorrow into Wednesday night. So this is a very heavy rain setup. That's with that stalling front and the remnants of Pamela. And then there's the Dallas-Fort Worth area where we got a swath coming through as well of a good 2 to 3 inches over the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And that just feeds into Durant and it feeds into Fort Smith, Arkansas, Fayetteville area. So that's a huge area of just continues moving off to the northeast all the way to St. Louis. So you can see the stream precipitation where that boundary with the stalling front that comes in. We've got a high pressure here. We've got a low pressure here, stalled front, and you get these training thunderstorms. And that's why they have the flash flood watches. They've got a moderate risk for excessive rainfall in and around these areas for tomorrow. So that's what we're going to be dealing with all day tomorrow. And it all starts at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So we've got all the severe weather that we're dealing with today, and then it transfers into more of a heavy rain threat for tomorrow, and that's where the flash flood watches start to take effect. So I was wanting to show you that, real quick, while I have you on here to kind of just give you an idea of what's really kind of happening for tomorrow. But let's zoom back into the current radar right now. And we still have that tornado warning down here, and I think this is a new one actually. This is a brand new tornado warning. All right, so Frederick, Oklahoma, Snyder, Oklahoma, Mountain Park, Oklahoma. Yeah, these are the areas of concern for that that severe weather for this evening. There's probably something on here that I didn't turn off. Okay, yeah, I turned everything off, and that's on. It's not letting me click on it. Oh, probably I got the probe on. Okay, so yeah, this goes on till 8:30. So this is the supercell that just went tornado warned. This was moving at northeast at 29 miles an hour. So locations in its path on this one, there's going to be the Frederick area at 7:51. So between now and the next 7 minutes, we're showing a developing, possibly radar indicated tornado with this tornado warning in and around the Frederick area at 7:51, the Manitou area at 8:08. So these are the areas of concern currently right now. And it looks like, wow, it looks like we have a possible tornado observed on the ground doing severe damage currently with this tornado. This is a developing situation. Looks like we have a large tornado on the ground. Make sure I got the current radar on. Come on, update. There. Okay, so it updated. All right, so I got the radar updated. Yeah, right here. Wow. So yeah, we're looking at probably our biggest possibly tornado on the ground currently right now, in and around the Frederick area. So this is a dangerous situation. Considerable damage is warranted on this developing large tornado potentially on the ground currently in and around the Frederick area. For the next 2 minutes, you need to be in your safe zone in the Frederick area, because this looks like a tornado is observed and possibly doing considerate damage currently right now as we speak. So yes, this is a dangerous situation in and around the Fredericksburg right now, and this is all heading towards Snyder as well as the Mountain Park area. So all those areas are going to be in their safe zone current right now with this supercell that's heading your way. So this is moving northeast at 29 miles an hour, and it's going to be in the Manitou Bay shortly. So all those areas need to be in their safe zone into Snyder as this continues lifting off into the northeast, racing across with considerable damage possibly. So that is definitely our area of interest right now with this supercell on the ground right now, possibly doing significant damage. So let me see if I can see any storm spotters on this particular cell currently right now. Yeah, so this is the area of concern that we're definitely concerned about right now as this continues lifting off into the northeast. Yeah, I'm trying to see if any storm spotters are on this. Yeah, tornado warning continues for Frederick, Snyder, as well as Mountain Park until 8:30. This is one heck of a fireside chat. Just reading some comments. Yeah, strong tornado. So I'm getting confirmation from a spotter right now. Strong tornado is on the ground in Frederick, Oklahoma. This is a storm spotter has witnessed a strong tornado on the ground. So yes, we're getting definitely confirmation that this is a strong tornado that's currently on the ground near the Frederick area. So you need to be in your safe zone right now as this continues lifting off into the northeast at 29 miles an hour. So Manitou, it looks like it might travel just south of you into the Manitou area. Yeah, it's moving northeast. Yeah, can you see that? Yeah, northeast right here at 29 miles an hour. They're along a boundary, just ahead of the boundary. Yeah, this was one of those ones tonight that we were definitely concerned about with the boundary there, and it's just going to be a vicious cycle of it just kind of reforming. They're stuck in that little zone, and kind of like what the rain is going to be tomorrow with that flash flood threat. This is what the tornado threat is in tonight. They're just in that boundary, and they're in a sweet spot right now. That isolated nature of these supercells down to the south. We're not seeing a squall line yet, so that's why we're seeing some of the stronger storms, and that was the concern as we got into the 8 o'clock hour of, some of the high resolution data that we were looking at. Yeah, National Weather Service is saying the tornado is located 2 miles southwest of Fredericksburg. So yeah, it's right around the Fredericksburg. It looks like it's traveling about 2 miles southwest of Fredericksburg as we speak. That's on the ground. So it looks like it's about right here in the south side as it continues lifting. So if you live in this zone right here, right on the edge of this polygon here, you need to be in your safe zone into the Indiahoma area and the Cache area. This is the area of concern that you have to be on the lookout for. That's going to be in the path from this nasty supercell that's on the ground currently right now. Yeah, Frederick right now is in the crosshair of this tornado. Not a good look. Yeah, all the storm spotters are on this one now as we're watching this nasty supercell. Yeah, it's right here actually by the radar, so it's picking up on a lot of overspray. But this is the area of concern right here, right around the Frederick area, about 2 miles just to the south of there, as it continues moving across to the northeast, northeast at times at 29 miles an hour. Hey, Reed Timbers Live. Yeah, so he's on this tornado, and yeah, it's got to be on the ground. Yeah, he's on this tornado in Frederick right here. Yeah, winds are strong out to the north. Storm seems to be moving north through us and turned into snow and higher elevations. Forecasted winds tomorrow above 45 miles an hour all day. Hello, everyone in the tornado rally needs to make them a tornado kit stored in their safe place for 2 to 3 days. Hey, I appreciate all the tips out there, y'all. So let me go back to the oh wow. That's a nasty looking storm, guys. Right there. Man. Look at that hook. That is not a good sign, guys. Wow. That is that strong tornado right here. Yeah, this is where the tornado is. I mean, and it's the radar beams right here, so we're kind of getting some false echoes here, but this is just around the Frederick area. We're seeing that kind of hook on radar, and Manitou is in its sight. And it looks like this might have kind of changed directions a little bit. It was moving northeast. It might have shifted and moved further just north. Because it seems like to me, now this is moving north. I think it was moving northeast at 33 miles an hour. Now it's moving north at 29 miles an hour. So it seems to me that it has shifted north instead of northeast. So the Snyder area is under the gun at 829 and to Mountain Park at 834. So those are the areas of concern that have to be a lookout for this damaging strong tornado that is currently on the ground as we speak. Unfortunately, doing a lot of damage, and it looks like to go over near the Manitou area as well as maybe making a direct impact towards the Snyder area. So this is definitely a dangerous situation unfolding right now, and around that area. Yeah, it's got a debris ball associated with it as well. So these are all not good signs. Yeah, this is definitely our strongest tornado of the night. That's no question. that unfortunately is doing a considerable damage in its wake currently right now as we speak. Hey, will this get as far as Tulsa? Yeah, I have to look. I mean, it's not going to be into, I know Oklahoma City, but that's going to be like towards 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So that's still going to be a ways away. I know the Storm Prediction Center usually updates at 8 o'clock. All right. So yeah, I'm looking at their latest update they put out at 7:33. It doesn't really have terribly too many differences in what the 3 o'clock had. Still has a lot of the same areas, moderate risk, the hatched risk area and the tornado zone, the high wind area, same. Yeah, I mean it goes all the way to Tulsa, but where the hail's down to 5%, you're in a marginal risk. You're basically right on the edge into Tulsa. So I think it eventually gets there. But it would be, way 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, probably. So it's a long time from now. I'm not really sure how strong they'll be when they actually get into the Tulsa area. Right now, you just have a marginal risk. Hey, sending in love and protection. Anybody in the path? Yeah, I mean, it's still showing that hook. I mean, we'll watch this develop on the frame here as it goes into motion here. You see on the corner, the bottom corner of your screen, as this hook actually really starts to take shape here on the south side. Boom. And that's why they issued that tornado warning right here. And it's still showing pretty strong. Yeah, it's right here. I mean, we're seeing, yeah, like David said, the debris ball in the air, and that's never a good sign. Typically, when you get a debris ball, I mean, you're talking that EF1, possibly the EF2. I mean, we might be talking about an EF2 tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, I mean, this looks to continue to shift north at 25 miles an hour. It slowed down a little bit, and it looks like it's continued to shift a little bit further to the north. I mean, it was moving northeast, but this is slowly shifting as we speak. The cone, the polygon keeps shifting over. But still, Snyder is in the cone until at 8:34. But yeah, and if you live in the Hedrick area, I would not take your eye off this one, because this is it seems to be a noticeable trend. It keeps shifting further north and a little bit off to the west here as we go through each frame. And definitely into the Roosevelt area, as this system may continue to be alive still as it gets near the Roosevelt area in about 45 minutes. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, what we're watching is the strongest tornado of the evening, doing considerable damage. We've got numerous storm spotters on it, giving us confirmation it is currently on the ground. We got radar indication that it is, and we're even seeing a debris ball associated with it as well. So those are all never a good sign as this continues to race to the north at 25 miles an hour. So this is a dangerous situation unfolding between now and 8:30. In and around the Frederick area, we had confirmation from the National Weather Service. It was 2 miles south of Frederick but it seems like it has shifted a little bit further off to the west and then a little further north instead of northeast. And now Snyder is in its path as it and in and around the Manitou area, in its path as this continues lifting off into the north. So let's zoom out. Let's see what else is going on. I mean, we're still getting that isolated those isolated features. I mean, this is just not a good sign here. We're not seeing it at all at any time soon a solid line forming. It might be a while, so we could get some of this isolated stuff for a while now as we go through the evening. Yeah, Reed Timber confirmed large dangerous tornado just north of Frederick, Oklahoma. And I'm looking at some storm spotter coverage. The Burns Flat area. New tornado just passed northwest of Frederick. This was a minute ago. Site about 7. We're seeing 126 mile per hour of shear, meaning that this could be a significant EF2 tornado. Beam is sampling just about 400 feet above the ground. It's been confirmed as a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yeah, significant tornado, large and extremely damaged, passes just northwest of Oklahoma radar site. Yeah, right here. This is the radar site, and that's why we're getting that kind of some of the false echoes here. But yeah, right here. I mean, this is the area of concern all night here, just in the last 20 minutes. I mean, it seems like this area has had a tornado on the ground for possibly upwards to 10 minutes now, as we're getting confirmation from storm spotters of it's 7 miles to the northwest of Frederick, Oklahoma here, right here in this little couplet. There's Manitou. So this is the area of concern as this is lifting off to the north at 25 miles an hour. And indications show that this could be possibly an EF2 tornado that's currently on the ground right now, doing considerable damage. So if you live in Snyder, you need to get in your safe zone from this confirmed extremely large, dangerous tornado on the ground, as well as the mountain park area at 8:44. So you still have some time, but this will be knocking on your doorstep shortly before you know it. And as this continues lifting off into the north, and it still has that hook, so it's still showing that it's on the ground even right now. Yeah, I mean this could turn into one of those long track tornado situations where it's racing off into the northeast. It's already been on the ground for 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah, so I'm pulling up the scale here, the EF scale. Yeah, EF2 is considered considerate damage. Those are winds anywhere from 111, 136 miles an hour. It looks like we've got confirmation. Possibly the winds were as high as 126 miles an hour. So that's indications that it was right within that, possibly on the upper end of an EF2 tornado that's currently on the ground right now. That is doing some considerable damage The next level gets to EF3 about 136 miles an hour. So we'll watch this storm, but right now EF2 will do a lot of damage to your cars and homes as this continues moving across. We're not seeing the notch as defined as it was earlier, so it looks like it might be losing a little bit of steam right now. But it's still showing there's a tornado as yeah, it's switched from a considerable damage to radar indicated. So it definitely looks like it's kind of pulsed down now. We're not seeing any notch right now whatsoever from this storm anymore. So these are all good signs. I did that shift. It shifted again, right? I mean, now it's shifted again. Now it's moving northeast at 29 miles an hour. Yeah, I mean it changed directions. And maybe that's why it changed directions, and then maybe that's why it's not as strong. I mean, the wind direction it's getting cut off here. So now it's moving northeast, and the inflow is not getting wrapped up into the system. So I think that's the reason why it's died down, and now it's moving northeast. Yeah, but it definitely looks like it's not nearly like it was. We're not seeing the nearly, but either way, that storm has done a lot of damage, no question. Yeah, northeast at 29 miles an hour. Yeah, it's moving northeast at 29 miles an hour. The tornado warning goes until 8:30. Yeah, right here. If you can see it on your top left of the screen here. This is in Frederick, Oklahoma. So we had a confirmed tornado on the ground 2 miles southwest of Frederick, Oklahoma. And then we also had a confirmed tornado on the ground 7 miles northwest of Frederick, Oklahoma. So it appears to me it was on the ground at least for 10 miles that we know of, from the south of Frederick to the northwest of Frederick, of a possible EF2 tornado that did considerable damage from Frederick to Manitou. It appears that, of course, the National Weather Service will be assessing all this tomorrow. But on the surface, that's what it looks like currently at the moment. As the supercell has lost its notch, but it looks like it's trying to reform again now. See, I mean, it's trying to reform on that south side. Hey, so thanks everyone for watching the hey, thanks everyone for watching the live stream. Okay. Hey, Parker. Hey, Texas will only be receiving more. Texas is safe for now unless you live in H-Town. Hey, I'm trying to make contact. Can it go to Texas? Yeah, so if we zoom out here, this is the tornado watch for Texas. It includes parts of far northwest Texas into Wichita Falls, but nothing in North Texas. This is all, Texas Panhandle, southwest Oklahoma into Kansas. Hey, I'm on radar scope, and that has a notch for an inflow again. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's notching again. I mean, it died for a while, but it definitely looks like it's not, it has a notch again. Yeah, right here towards maybe just north of the Manitou area, heading directly towards the Snyder area at 8:33. So yeah, so Snyder appears to be in the path at around 8:33 if it continues on that same path between now and the next 20 minutes. So if you live in the Snyder area, you definitely better take cover from this nasty supercell that has a history of producing a large tornado that we've had confirmation that was on the ground for at least 10 miles that we know of. And it appears that is cycling back again, that it's now developing to a possible another tornado. Houston has awful humidity. Yes, it does. I'm from Houston. I grew up in Houston. Well, I mean, Dallas is not that much of a difference, but I mean, Houston definitely has worse humidity if we had to compare them. But I mean, they live closer by the water, and it's definitely rain wrapped. Yeah, so that's never a good sign either. So I mean, this is all a nasty scenario right now near the Frederick area, as well as near the Snyder area with this nasty supercell that's on the ground. Yeah, area Southwest Oklahoma. That seems to be one of the favorite areas for that larger tornadoes tonight. Another tornado in Clinton. Multiple spotters report large cone. Take cover. So let me go to Clinton. Let me zoom out here. Okay, so it looks like we have another developing tornado that's observed on the ground by storm spotters right here near the Clinton area. This is a developing tornado warning as we speak. Storm spotters have confirmed a tornado that's on the ground with this one in and around the Clinton area. So between now and 8:45, you're under that tornado warning, as this cell is moving at 21 miles an hour to the northeast as well. So locations and its path is the Arapahoe area at 8:19 and to the Thomas area at 9:05, with this observed tornado that's on the ground. It appears to be right here near between Clinton and Arapahoe, right here on the south side. This seems to be where the tornadoes possibly currently right now, right in this notch as this continues lifting further off to the north. Yeah, so in this zone right here, that looks like it's just to the northeast of Arapahoe. This is where the tornado is, possibly near the Custer City area. Custer City appears to be like right in this zone. So if you live in the Custer City area, it's knocking on your doorstep. If you're not in your safe zone right now, you need to be, because this is a dangerous tornado that's on the ground right now in and around the Custer City area, just northeast of Arapahoe. As we zoom out, there's Thomas. So it's going to be near the Thomas area by 9 o'clock. So for the next 45 minutes, if it continues on its path, on that same northeast path of 21 miles an hour, it's going to be crossing over the Custer City area on its way to the Thomas area over the next 30 to 45 minutes, with this observed tornado on the ground as we speak. That's another dangerous tornado currently that they're dealing with in the area. Wow. Yeah, so I'm looking at pics right now. This is another nasty large funnel that is on the ground right now. The view of tornado northeast of Clinton towards Custer City, Oklahoma. This is definitely a tornado that is on the ground from storm spotters right now. That is not good at all right now. This is where the tornado is unfolding in and around the Custer City. Custer City seems to be hit hard right now as we speak, as this continues lifting off into the northeast towards the Arapahoe area. Needs to take shelter right now. You got 6 minutes to get in your safe zone. This is a nasty cell that's moving in. There's the Custer City area as this continues moving across at 21 miles an hour. So yeah, yes, another dangerous tornado that is on the ground. Confirmation from storm spotters with this observed tornado as we speak. So this is the second of the evening now. It seems to be. I mean, this one, looking at pics, could easily be an EF1 or an EF2 again. Another nasty, dangerous tornado that's on the ground right now. So there's basically two areas of interest that could be producing or has produced large, strong tornadoes. Let me switch radars because I'm going to tap into this one in Kansas because there's more activity happening in Kansas. This is another tornado that looks to be near the Elkhart area, Liberal, Kansas, into Hooker, Kansas. As this continues, this one is moving at northeast at 37 miles an hour. Just got warned at 8:06 between now and 8:30 for the next 24 minutes. These are the areas of concern with this particular tornado that's in its path. This one's moving at 35 miles an hour as this continues moving across. So this is another potential tornado that's picked up by radar by the in and around the Elk City area. Yeah, so wow, it's getting busy, guys. I mean, it's getting yeah, tornado possible. There's another tornado possible with this tornado warning, thunderstorm warning at 8:02 goes to 8:46. So yes, another possible tornado south of Ulysses and to Yugotown. Yugotown is another area, into Rolla area. This is the areas of concern, possibly of another possible tornado on the ground moving eastward at 44 miles an hour. And yeah, if we continue to the north, there's another tornado warning as like right along that boundary here. As we zoom out. So is this another one? Let me switch back radars because it looks like there's another developing tornado warning down by the Lawton area. Wow. Yeah, it appears there's another tornado warning that just got issued for a lot of the same areas that just got hit. Yeah, towards Mears, Oklahoma. So this is this one right here. Originated at 8:12, so 7 minutes ago, between now and 9 o'clock. So this is another tornado warning towards the Mears, Oklahoma area between now and 9 o'clock as this continues moving across to the northeast. This is another possible observed tornado with this particular supercell as this continues lifting across to the northeast at 29 miles an hour. Yes, it is definitely stormy. Just southeast of Snyder, another one. Yeah, it's getting hard to keep up now. It's man, there's just there's a lot happening now. There's a yeah, two tornado warnings currently. There's one radar indicated tornado, another radar observed tornado. As this is a dangerous night. I mean, it's 8:20. Things are really starting to happen now. These things are firing and discreet. I mean, they're just still discreet, which is not good. I mean, I'm not seeing anything, multiple supercells. These are all discrete supercells, and that's why this continues to fire. These are all isolated, and that's what makes them so severe because we have two observed tornadoes that are on the ground right now. There's the one that in Custer City area that's heading towards the Thomas area. This is a large and dangerous tornado that's on the ground that continues lifting across to the northeast at 21 miles an hour. So this is another dangerous supercell that's unfolding as we speak. Okay. Yeah, so there's three current tornado warnings right now, and two of them have produced very large damaging tornadoes. Those are the ones that we're mainly concerned about, as they've had a history of an EF2 type variety with these supercells. Yeah, strong rotation occurring near the Snyder area. Tornadoes very likely within this zone. So yeah, we this is something we've seen all night long with that hook on the south side. It's got great inflow coming in. So that is always the area of concern that we're watching these tornadoes take shape as these continue to just kind of reform and stay isolated and stay discreet until we can get these into more of a solid line. Unfortunately, we're going to watch these supercells just continue to rapidly develop and intensify into a dangerous storm in a matter of minutes. And we'll stay on top of it the best we can as these continue to pop up along that boundary area. Yeah, these supercells appear to be more intense than the ones that ripped through the Dallas on Sunday night. Yeah, I mean, it looks like already we're seeing the more significant impacts. I think there were 16 tornadoes in Oklahoma on Sunday, as far as the latest confirmed from the National Weather Service. But I don't think we had. I mean, I was live the entire time. I mean, we had little spin ups of EF0 and EF1s. We did not see anything of this nature that's unfolding right now. So this is definitely worse than what we've seen in Oklahoma, and this is just getting started. Because right now, I mean, look, I mean, this is nasty, guys. This. Oh my gosh, this is nasty. Look at that hook. This is a dangerous, large tornado on the ground right now. This is nasty. So if you're in south of Snyder, look at that hook echo on radar. This is doing considerable damage. If I got any storm spotters on this nasty storm, ground circulation intercept just south and east of Clinton. That's 22 minutes ago. Yeah, right here. This is a strong tornado that's on the ground northeast of Manitou, south of Snyder. Communities in between these towns should be sheltered. This is extremely dangerous. Yeah, right here. I mean, this is probably one of the most nasty ones of the night. Right here, this is a large area we're seeing right now of a developing debris ball that's flying in the air right now. So this is a nasty supercell that's unfolding with a large tornado that's doing considerable damage on the ground as we speak, near the Snyder and just northeast of the Manitou area and south of Snyder as this continues, racing off into the northeast at 24 miles an hour. So if I switch it back to the reflectivity view, I mean, you can actually see the hook. I mean, this is never a good sign when you're on the south side of a tornado, south side of a supercell, and you've got the inflow that's just wrapping around itself. It's feeding the storm, and this is a dangerous system as it continues to have great inflow, and it's help feeding the system, and it's got that noticeable notch, and that is definitely not a good sign. We're seeing a nasty debris ball on radar currently right now with this large and dangerous tornado that's on the ground right now, doing considerable damage. So yeah, so if I zoom out, I can give you a big picture of where we're talking about. There's the Lawton, Oklahoma area. There is Holbert. There's Altus. So this is near the Snyder area. There's Roosevelt and the Mountain Park area. It looks to be just to the south side of Snyder, doing considerable damage. This is a dangerous storm as this continues lifting off. And yeah, this is Oklahoma. What we're looking at is Snyder, Oklahoma, Frederick, Oklahoma. Indiahoma, Oklahoma, Mears, Oklahoma, Lawton, Oklahoma, right here. But the area that has the potential tornado, there's Indiahoma, and there's the Snyder and Mountain Park. So it's in between, and it's a large damaging tornado that's on the ground. Tornado, water, thick gloves, shelter, helmet. Prayers for Oklahoma. Tornadoes made a fire. Oh, the fire nados. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a Snyder, Texas, but this is Snyder, Oklahoma. What we're talking about here is Snyder, Oklahoma. All right, so let me switch it back here. All right, so we got that tornado warning that continues until 9 o'clock for Indianhoma, as well as Mears until 9 o'clock. Considerable damage, noticeable hook echo on radar. This is a dangerous situation. If you live in those areas, you need to take your shelter immediately. This is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground doing considerable damage. Yeah, textbook hook. I mean that's never a good sign. I mean that's about as defined as you get with that textbook hook echo. Chris McBee, he's a weather chaser from the Weather Channel. Let's see, confirmed tornado near the intersection of Highway 62 and 54 west of Indianhoma, Oklahoma. So that's the one we're on. So that looks to be where the tornado is on. It says near the intersection of Highway 62 and 54 west, near the Indiahoma, Oklahoma area, right here. So this is the area that he's talking about where the tornado is. This is Highway 62 and 54 west in Indiahoma. And it's moving northeast, just to the north side. But yes, this is another tornado that looks to be on the ground for at least, 10 minutes or so right now. Well, weather never seems to amaze me. Think the stable air in Kansas was just too hectic. This is what I get for not having faith in Oklahoma. Yeah, textbook supercell within a textbook hook and debris ball in Oklahoma right now. Yeah, dangerous nighttime tornadoes in progress with two well spaced supercells in western Oklahoma. Environment extremely favorable for significant long track tornadoes, especially on the southern supercell. And that's what we're seeing. It's just a dangerous night, guys. It's just a nasty night. We're going to be seeing a lot of considerable damage, so you definitely need to stay weather aware. As this is just a nasty look on radar right now. Of This is about as textbook as it gets with this nasty hook echo right now near the Snyder area in the Indian Homa, with that massive debris ball flying in the air right now. I mean, this right here is nasty. That is a lot of debris flying in the air, doing considerable damage to everything in its path as this continues moving across with a large damaging tornado that is on the ground right now. Wow. I mean, it's the map they show you how to spot a tornado. This is nasty, guys. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than this. I mean, right here where it hooks in. I mean, this is nasty. Yeah, so everybody in its path needs to take shelter. Okay, with the updated frame, we're losing the hook a little bit. So, I mean, it definitely looks like it's pulsed down a little bit from what it was, but the notch is not as nearly as defined as it was, but we're still getting the inflow. That is still there, but maybe it's not as big and extremely dangerous as it was. But it's already done considerable damage. There's just no question that has done considerable damage to whatever it's gone over. Um, yeah, it's so beautiful yet so dangerous. Yeah, that was the area of all about the most classic coiled hook echo you'll ever see. I mean, yeah, I mean that right there with that hook echo, as the tornado becomes established, reflectivity returns have increased south southeast of Snyder. Whew. Yeah, I'm afraid that got up to maybe EF3 or 4. I mean, I never want to guess in these situations, but considering what that looked on radar, that was nasty. Yeah, multi-vortex, East Snyder of Oklahoma. Velocity returns to the same storm, east southeast of a Snyder. I mean, we're still seeing a tornado. I mean, we're still seeing that tornado. It might not be as massive as it was, but we're definitely still seeing it. It's basically essentially in between Snyder and Indiahoma. It's right in the middle here of where we're seeing that large and dangerous tornado on the ground. And Cooperton looks to be in the path as well. Let me pull it up on my radar scope on my phone. Um, Ooh, wow. Yeah, it looks even worse zoomed in. If you don't have a tornado shelter, please go into your north interior room away from windows. Yeah, excellent tip. I mean, if you don't have a tornado shelter in this situation, you need to be in your nearest interior room of the house, surrounded with no windows, with all four walls as secure as possible. and just wait it out. I mean, this is just a large and dangerous, extremely life-threatening tornado that's on the ground currently right now. That's still showing that hook, trying to develop, trying to get its act together again on the south side here, and between Indiahoma and Snyder, with this just considerable damaging tornado that's on the ground. Always sucks at night. Most dangerous time for a tornado. Yeah, and unfortunately, that's typically when they are, because I mean, you have to have the daytime heating. They typically fire after 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and then of course it's dark. So unfortunately, a lot of these happen at night. Yeah, but we're watching that inflow come back again. I mean, this is a definite hook. We're watching this little couplet come back again on radar here, continuing to watch that debris ball flying up in the air here in between the Snyder, Oklahoma, and India, Homa, Oklahoma, as this continues to move off into the northeast here. Yeah, this tornado near Snyder continues to trek eastward. Tornado warning has been issued. Includes Gunman, Oklahoma. Seek shelter now. I'm just going back to my feed here. Yeah, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Frederick, Oklahoma, moving northeast towards Manitou. Yeah, that was earlier. Oof. Yeah, so that is an extremely dangerous tornado that is still on the ground and showing a nasty hook on the south side. This has had a history of traveling an extended ways. I mean, this has been on the ground for probably 10 minutes now, or 10 miles, moving northeast at 28 miles an hour. And this goes on until 9 o'clock. I mean, it's just still showing that defined hook as these continue to be that long track natured. The atmosphere is unfortunately set up for just those isolated, discrete supercells. And that typically with the jet coming across, more of a long track tornado type setup. This is just a nasty night unfolding, as we're just not seeing anything of these supercells to come together anytime soon. So the longer these stay separate, just the nastier it gets. You just potentially have more and more of these pop up over, as we get deeper into the night. Yeah, so this is another tornado warning that that just got issued between 8:35 and 9 o'clock for the Gunman area. This is another tornado warning. Let me pull this up and get the parameters on this one. Yeah, that was a potentially dangerous, life-threatening storm, tornado warning earlier, but it's still happening. But let me get the. Okay, so here's the Gooman area in Optima, Oklahoma, as this continues lifting across to the northeast at 31 miles an hour. So this is another developing tornado warning that has some golf ball size hail associated with it, moving northeast at 31 miles an hour. And we have another one that's just to the north of there as well. And that goes until 9 o'clock as well. That's moving northeast at 39 miles an hour. So this is another dangerous supercell that has tornado warnings attached to them as these continue to lift off into the east. Yeah, so let me go back to the south side again. This is the particularly dangerous situation down here by the Indiahoma and the Snyder area in Oklahoma here. This is the one that has a history of confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. This continues to show great inflow, a hook, maybe not nearly as defined as it was when the classic hook took shape, but every frame as this continues to update still shows that little couplet, and that's the area of concern that we have to watch. That showing a debris ball flying up in the atmosphere as it continues moving to the northeast here. So this is doing considerable damage. Yeah, this is a perfect example of a violent tornado. This is horrendous. This is the strongest tornado I've ever tracked in Oklahoma by a long shot. I mean, storm chasers are already calling this possibly an EF4. I mean, I hate to throw numbers out there, but when you see that hook like that, that is an extremely large and dangerous, quite the hook, and a debris ball northwest of Indiahoma, Oklahoma. Large, dangerous tornado in progress, moving northeast. Yeah, so this is a massive tornado that's on the ground right now, and it continues to be on the ground. Going back through my feed here. All right, Reed Timmer, large destructive tornado just southeast of Cooperton, Oklahoma, moving into Wichita Mountains. Storm has produced multiple tornadoes. Yeah, so this is that same area that he's talking about right here. This is where Reed Timmer's on it right now, currently talking about this large and extremely dangerous tornado. There's the Cooperton area as this continues lifting off into the north. And between the Indiahoma and Snyder, Mountain Park is out here. And this is an extremely dangerous continues. And it could be multiple tornadoes. I mean, as this continues lifting across, I mean, this is pulsed up, pulsed down in its life cycle. So we've had multiple vorticities within this this rotation. So maybe the notch is not as defined as it was, but this has had a history of getting bigger and kind of losing its hook shape a little bit at times. But there's no question at all, this has done considerable damage to a pretty big area as this continues to unfold and be a very dangerous evening. Yeah, EF4s are extremely destructive. Yeah, here's the scale. EF4, I mean, if it was possibly an EF4, that is devastating. That's considered devastating damage. That's possibly in the 166 to 200 mile per hour range. You're getting to be, the one earlier possibly was an EF2. That was considerate damage. The next level is EF3, goes to about 136 to 165. That's considered severe damage. And you get into that EF4 type range, that's more like devastating. And of course, EF5 is when it wipes the slab off. I mean, the house is completely gone. So, I mean, you were getting into some rare territory here of some extremely large, devastating tornadoes that does considerable devastating damage and can be very life-threatening of anybody in its path. I mean, it gets to be very difficult if you're in a house and you have an EF4 type tornado come over your house like that to be able to survive. I mean, it's just a nasty situation. So it's definitely very concerning to watching this unfold tonight as this continues to lift off into the north with considerable damage, moving north at 21 miles an hour. So we'll continue to watch this storm as most chasers are on this storm with this. I would not be stunned if this becomes a tornado emergency. Regardless, it's an extremely violent and absolutely terrible situation. Yeah, I mean, it's already a particularly damaged tornado. I mean, large. Yeah, Chris McBee, large tornado in progress, northwest of Indian Home, Oklahoma. Yeah, this continues to show a large tornado that's on the ground right now, in and around the Oklahoma area. Let me put the yeah, you can watch it. I put the radar in motion here, and you can see the events unfold over the last hour or so as this is coming from the south, lifting off to the northeast. And that nasty debris ball, I mean, look, stays together almost the entire time. So it was either multiple vorticities or if it was the same tornado that was on the ground the extended period of time. But either way, this has done considerable damage over a large swath of that area in Oklahoma, and it's still on the ground. It produced a nasty debris ball in its wake, and this continues to lift off to the northeast, doing considerable damage. But that storm track is pretty ominous as watching the events unfold over the last hour there. Hey, thanks so much for the donation. I greatly appreciate it. Jet stream will be increasing for the next hour or two. Yeah, it's not a good situation, Brett. I mean, that was the concern going into tonight. I mean, it's 8:47. It's 8:47, and we've already seen numerous tornadoes. And looking at the high resolution data earlier, I mean, a lot of it wasn't really supposed to kick off until right about now. And like you said, it could be pretty devastating for another couple of hours before this thing maybe congeals into a solid squall line. So between now and then, we're gonna have to be dealing with these just nasty supercells that are popping up, and once they do and stay isolated, that's where they become long track in its nature, and that's where it gets dangerous. Yeah, wedge tornado just north of Highway 62. Wow, that is a massive tornado. Yeah, I'm watching it in between lightning strikes. Oof. Yeah, the hope was would the line out sooner rather than later. Doesn't seem like that's happening. No, this is definitely a different setup than we were seeing the other night. I mean, the other night they really formed into a solid line fairly quick, and this is almost the complete opposite of what we were seeing just on Sunday night in Oklahoma. This is one of those situations that we're just watching these stay discreet down to the south here, and they're more banded up here to the north, and more in that solid line. Hey, Parker. Yeah, I mean, all this is unfortunately heading to Oklahoma City. Yeah, these are all lifting northeast, and eventually will make its way towards the Oklahoma City area. So that's definitely a concern later on this evening as these continue to lift further off to the northeast. Yeah, there's Oklahoma City, and there's Lawton here, and they're moving on that general path. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it definitely just seems to be the same areas over and over again. just that one supercell. And sometimes it only takes one. I mean, one or two just isolated cells that stay on that just do a lot of damage. All right, so this one is set to expire at 9. We'll see if it does. I mean, it definitely doesn't look like it needs to expire because it continues to show that defined hook here. So we'll watch this and see if it's able to expire at 9 o'clock. Yeah, Pamela ejecting more energy. Yeah, so we have a hurricane down there in the Eastern Pacific. Yeah, it took advantage of all those warmer waters by the coast. It's going to slam into Mexico, but man, it's picking up a lot of precipitation down there, and it's going to spread all that into the Gulf. You know, the winds, the south winds, the warm front has lifted north. Yeah, like you said, it's kind of helping to feed that system. Yeah, there's the warm front, basically right along the Dallas area, and this is kind of back building, back ending with that arc. There's the cold front here, and we've got that little notch in the middle, and that's where we're finding the where that boundary is. So we got Patricia down here, and then all that is feeding into, that's going to bring all the flooding rains to Texas tomorrow. But we got all this severe weather to deal with tonight before that all unfolds. And still that defiant hook. Supercells can sit and spin for hours. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately they can. I mean, when they're isolated like this, there's nothing to stop these things. I mean, it's got perfect inflow. It's got the kind of the perfect setup. They're in a kind of a perfect environment right now to really feed them for an extended period of time. Ooh, yeah. I'm looking at these. I'm looking at these supercells that. Oof. Yeah, let me retweet some of these pics from these storm spotters on my Twitter page, so you can go on there and see what I'm looking at here. So you can find me on Twitter, Roy Ponder, Pal Ponder on weather. But yeah, let me retweet some of these shots so you can go on there and look at what I'm seeing. Ah, man, that's two of them at the same time. Large multi-vortex wedge. Yeah, it looked like there were multiple on the ground at the same time. Oof. Hey, Diane. Hey, thanks for jumping on board here. Thanks for watching the night live feed. And yes, greatly appreciate the donation. Hey, thanks for the comprehensive coverage, Steve. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, the velocity, my goodness. Oof, man, it gives me the chills just talking about it. I mean, this is one of those nights. I mean, just watching this unfold, and I just know all the damage that's happening. Sometimes it's hard to talk about, because it's just a nasty night. I mean, we're seeing a life-threatening situation unfold. We're seeing damage that can impact lives for a long time. I mean, it's just a nasty night. So yeah, it looks like another tornado warning, unfortunately, that just got issued at 8:53. It goes until 9:45. So yeah, so a lot of the same areas. So they just essentially just continue to extend this tornado warning into the Mountain View area, the Fort Cobb, Oklahoma area, as the same storm continues lifting off into the northeast. There's the Carnage area, there's the Fort Cobb area. So it appears to be this is maybe right on the beeline heading towards uh, the Carnage area, maybe just on the south side there, because this is continue to produce a large tornado that's been confirmed by numerous spotters and plenty of pics of this extremely large tornado that's been on the ground for an extended period of time, and sometimes maybe multiple vorticities that come out of the sky and touch the ground. But yeah, this continues to lift off into the northeast. So they just extended it. I mean, Anadarko got hit the other night. I think the high school got hit there. But yeah, Anadarko got hit on Sunday night, and they could potentially. I mean, look at that. I mean, if it continues potentially maybe on that same path, it could get somewhat near the Anadarko area eventually, maybe towards the 9:45 time frame. Hey, Queen on Rain, it's too soon to make long range projections. I live in Arkansas and there's nothing here. Fort Smith. Seeing the damage after a large wedge tornado is a bit unbelievable if you've ever seen it. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I have. I mean, it's really it's hard to look at. I mean, watching, like, I mean, everything is just flat. Takes out trees, takes out homes, takes out cars. I mean, they of course, everything flies. I mean, pitchers have been known to fly 120 miles in the jet stream. They find pictures of families in people's yards like 100 miles away. I mean, it's a nasty. I went to Joplin a few times. Oh wow! So you went to the Joplin tornado, seen upscale. Hey Carl, how's it going, buddy? Hey, I seen up close the Oklahoma City tornado in 1999. Cars looked like they were crushed like tomato cans. Yeah, I believe it. Man, that 1999 one was incredible. They were still checking for bodies when I went. Oof. Yeah, twin tornadoes, right? Yeah, I mean, it looked like one of those pics. It looked like they were twins. It looked like there were multiple vorticities on the ground at the same time for twin tornadoes. That's kind of a rare sight to see for sure. Is it a bit just unusual to have severe weather like this in October? I mean, it's typically that's when you get the second season. I mean, but like I posted earlier with these two moderate risk. So the unique thing about it is these two moderate risks that were issued by the Storm Prediction Center was the first time since 2007 that we've had two moderate risk were issued in October. I mean, this is typically something you would see maybe more or less into the April timeframe or the May timeframe. But to see this in October is not like unusual to see severe weather, but it's a little unusual to see something of this significance. And especially like kind of back to back events like we've had on Sunday and now on Tuesday. So this is somewhat of a rare feat that we have not seen in a long time. And a lot of it because we got so warm. I mean, these areas we're talking about were well into the 90s. Oklahoma even hit triple digits on Sunday. So, I mean, that just fueled the atmosphere. And then we had that powerful jet with these bowling ball troughs that come across. This is what we've been talking about. Been talking about massive storms, giant system. These were the systems that I were talking about on my videos for the last week, warning about the potentials from this system. I mean, this is what we're watching unfolding, and this is kind of the last of it, and then on the backside, it has that massive snow event too. So you got, 11 inches in Logan, Utah this morning. You have Bozeman. You've got I know South Dakota went from like heavy snow today. So there's a whole nother system on the backside with, very cold air and just almost whiteout conditions at times in some of those areas. So it's definitely a big storm. I mean, there's no question about it. We got the winds on the south side, that 70, 80, 90 mile per hour wind gust. So this is just affecting a huge area. And then we got the flood threat tomorrow. I mean, that's could be pretty powerful in itself because we've got that Hurricane Pamela down there that's feeding the systems now, and then it's going to spread all of its precipitation into Texas with some flooding. And hey, dying hurricanes over Texas have known to produce some big flash flooding events in itself. So it could get pretty nasty tomorrow, even with the flash flooding, as some of these, precipitation water values approach the 2.5 inches per hour range. And you get that convective banding setting up over the same areas. I mean, we could be talking about, maybe some significant flooding unfolding. So we'll just have to watch all that play out as well tomorrow. But that could be another separate event that's separate tonight. No, but you're right. Yeah, Rowlett was that EF4 tornado. Yeah, I remember that one because I live in Dallas and, we hit, it was the day after Christmas. I think it was like 80 degrees on Christmas Day, like very, very unusual, obviously, for the Dallas Fort Worth area. So, yeah, I mean, it's when you get that massive spike so late in the season, you know, that's just a lot of fuel to the atmosphere. Hey, I am Southwest Missouri, hoping for some rain. Most models show an inch or two. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it extends. The moisture extends up to you. I'm not sure how much is left by the time it actually gets to you, but I want to see what winter does. Very curious. Hey, Brett. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, we are having that. We have what they call stratospheric warming. That's some of the things that's unfolding in the Arctic, into the polar regions that I'll probably start to be talking about. But I talked about an early winter. I mean, first of all, October, I knew it was going to be warm, with the tropics continue to remain somewhat active with the ridge over Southeast Canada. I think the ridge stays in Southeast Canada for another several weeks, but I think eventually lifts to the north. Eventually it's going to lift north, and that's going to be able to swing a trough underneath. And we're already seeing signs of warming in the Arctic, what they call the stratospheric warming, where the polar vortex is starting to possibly warm, and it could take a while. I mean, we're going to get cold in Europe, but I think by maybe the first, I think towards the end of the month, the Northeast finally starts to cool down because of that. What's unfolding now? I mean, of course, this is October the 12th. But maybe by the middle of the month, by November, we should push some of that colder air down to the south. And I'm still expecting a colder December. I mean, that's what I've been forecasting. I haven't seen anything to change my tune on that. And but I'll delve into that a little bit more in detail. But that's one thing I'm looking at going forward is how this is going to, because I'm still looking for a sweet spot in the tropics. I think the MJO goes into favorable phases. I'm still looking for another 2 or 3 week active period. That's what I'm looking for. I'm waiting for that to happen, and then after that happens, I think that's when the cold air can really start penetrating further south. So maybe that's my thinking. But yeah, towards the middle of the month, the MJO goes into active phases. I think things get a little bit more favorable once we get into the 20th, towards the first week of November. There's about a 2 or 3 week time frame. I'm looking for a very active period still in the tropics. And I think once that dies down, and then we're able to really swing the dynamics in the upper atmosphere, because it's already happened and way up in the stratosphere. And by the time that comes down, I think it'll be able to penetrate further south as we get towards, the middle of November. So, hey, Gulf of Mexico still has a lot of ocean heat. Oh yeah, there's plenty of heat. No question. They did deal with a lot of shear. We do have a Kelvin wave that's coming across the Pacific. That's what's helping to generate Pamela. That's actually moving across into the Gulf, into the Caribbean next week. So conditions definitely become more favorable in that region. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something to develop into the Caribbean soon. Hey, my niece lives. My niece lives 20 miles south of Oklahoma City. How does this system look in OKC? Yeah, I mean it's kind of all heading your way. This is all lifting northeast. So I'm not expecting it to be in Oklahoma City until very later on tonight. But I am expecting Oklahoma City to get hit, but it might not be until after the midnight time frame. But I'll be watching it on here for you. I need an atmospheric river. I think it actually comes back. Oh yeah. So I mean, this dies down. We have a beautiful weekend, but by early next week, the heavier rains come back off the Pacific Northwest. So you should see some heavier rains move back in off the west coast of Seattle and Portland and Northern California there. Hey, that southern storm is definitely recycling and is getting ready to go again. Yeah, this one right here. Oh yeah, man, look at that. Yeah, so it still has that tornado warning that goes until 9:45, moving northeast at 20. But still the defined hook. It's definitely starting to like maybe really start to take shape again. Yeah, right in this sector. Looks to be north of Medicine Park into Apache here. Unfortunately, man, looks like Anadarko is in the direct path of this storm. Maybe eventually down the line, maybe into Fort Cobb, into Anadarko here. But yeah, but it definitely appears it's recycling, maybe trying to get its act together again. But yeah, north of Apache, into the Anadarko area, definitely be on the lookout for this supercell that's heading your way over the next 45 minutes to an hour. Hey, Dean, we haven't like made it official on the puppy name, but I'm definitely favoring Sunny. I'm for the puppy name. I don't know if we made that 100% official. Um, yeah, we need pics. Well, I did post pics on my one of my videos a couple days ago when I asked my followers what the name could be, and I've got a ton out there, but Sunny seemed to stand out. I was picking out Daisy. There were several names that I thought maybe were good. I mean, we've had Stormy. I mean, I know we had hundreds of comments, but it ended up being Sunny Halo. The backstory of Sunny, which was Sunny Halo, was actually a champion racehorse back in 1983 that won the Kentucky Derby. 83 kind of has a meaning to me because that's when I fell in love with the weather when Hurricane Alicia went over my house back when I was 8 years old, and that happened in 1983. Sunny Halo was a champion racehorse that won the Kentucky Derby back in 1983 and was inducted into the Hall of Fame back in 1986. So that's kind of the backstory. And then Sunny is just such a bright and warm name. And Yeah, so I'm excited. We're gonna pick her up on November the 7th. So yeah, November the 7th is when we go pick up Sunny, and I'm gonna have to drive to Missouri. I live in Dallas, so it's about 5.5 hour drive, but I'm gonna have to wait for the weekend. But yeah, it's a Sunday, so we're gonna be going to get her on. Yeah, I'm excited. We've got we had a Jack Russell. We had a fuel bred Jack Russell. He unfortunately he passed away a couple years ago. But before that, we got another Jack Russell, kind of a mixed breed. She was a rescue. Her name is Roxy. That's what we currently have right now. But she's just now almost 11 years old, and so I thought it was time to you know, my of course my kids, my wife, they've been wanting a puppy for a long time, and I finally gave in. So I just thought it was time to get another dog, because that way if something happens to the other one in a couple years, it kind of maybe lessen the blow a little bit. Um, and I think they'll get along great. So we'll have two girls, and hey Rain, how's it going? Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a corgi. Yeah, Sunny is a corgi puppy. Yeah, so we pick her up. I think she's like what 3 weeks old now. We pick her up when she's 8 weeks. So we're gonna be driving to Oklahoma. Joplin, Missouri. Gonna be driving to Joplin, Missouri to go get her on that Sunday. So it's a long day. 5.5 hours there, 5.5 hours back. So it's gonna be a long drive. But I have to wait for my wife, so she's off work, and so she wants to go with me, so we can drive down there together. No, I'm not. I wasn't planning on spending the night. I was planning on leaving like 4 o'clock in the morning and just getting going early, and because I know we're probably gonna have to stop a couple times along the way too. So it's probably gonna be a long day. So I wasn't really planning on stopping and spending the night. Hey, glad you're getting a puppy before the current one goes to heaven. Just to say, yeah. I mean, I think it lessens the blow. I was devastated. Our first one was named Nitro. I named him Nitro Hurricane Ponder, so you can imagine that. But it was all Jack Russell. I mean, just I used to. I mean, I was a marathon runner for years, and I took that dog everywhere. I mean, he ran many double-digit miles with me all the time. Yeah, we did so much together with Nitro. But we got Roxy. Well, we got Roxy when she was 2, so we had both dogs for a long time. And now Roxy's almost 11, so we've had Roxy almost 9 years. And Nitro passed away about 3 years ago. 3 years ago now. So we just had the one dog for 3 years. But I like Sunny. I think Sunny is the one. I think Sunny's one really stands out, and I think that's what we're going to go with. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we still have that tornado notch that we're still looking at, still radar indicated tornado, unfortunately down here. So this is continues to show a history of producing a tornado from this supercell. Yeah, so I'll be on my Twitter feed, on the other feed here, my other monitor, and any pics that I see that are interesting, I'll retweet so you can go on there and check them out. All right, so let me go back and get updated. Yeah, evolution of the supercell. Yeah, Bastardi was talking about that stratospheric warming event. Yeah, it happened 2 days ago. The, stratosphere, started to warm, and it's actually one of the earliest on record we've ever seen. So, and almost decades. So we'll see how that plays out, how much cold air is able to come down, but those things take a while. Those things take 3, 4, 5 weeks. Interesting, a supercell this time of year. Yeah, definitely unusual to see this, but, since we got so hot, we're just kind of in perfect dynamics right now. We're watching this, all come together. But it seems to be the same locations. I mean, we've literally been watching this kind of the same supercell just kind of reforming and continue moving off to the northeast. This one up by Elk City, and these two into Kansas. These are the areas of interest that have been continuous overnight, that continues just kind of reform on top of each other and just continue to move off to the northeast. We haven't seen anything pop up in the middle or anything. These are all been, so ideally we've seen one, we've seen two, three, four, we've seen like maybe three or four isolated supercells that just move across and just continue to uh, you know have new tornado warnings associated with them the further northeast they go. But ultimately, it's just one, two, three, four different supercells that we're dealing with. Hey, so what does the warming stratosphere do again? Yeah, I mean, essentially, right now, I mean, basically, in layman term, is we have a very what they call a strong polar vortex right now. When it's strong, like all the cold air is built bottled up in the Arctic, it can't go anywhere. And so, when you start to see a warming of the Arctic, usually the Arctic is very cold. I mean, it's typically about 70 below zero, way up in the Arctic Circle. And whenever that starts to warm, you basically have a transfer. You essentially transfer the warmth to the cold. So the cold air starts to drag down to the surface. When it drags, it's able to weaken the polar vortex. So when the polar vortex is able to weaken, it becomes what they call elongated. So it kind of like splits, or it just kind of spreads itself out. So when it's able to spread, then obviously it's able to decouple and then maybe push some of that colder air further south. So it's a process. I mean, right now we're literally at the beginning stages of it. So typically, when you see one of these stratospheric warming events, if they continue, it could take about 5 weeks or so for even to start seeing some of that cold air reach the surface. So we're not talking anytime soon. That's why we're talking now. Maybe we see some of that colder air get filtered in by the middle of November. I mean, that's the kind of the time frame that we're looking at. So this is just the beginning stages of what could potentially be, a colder earlier winter, which I was forecasting. So we'll just watch this and see all this play out over the next couple of weeks. But that's definitely something I'll be talking about for sure, watching this unfold, because this is, I mean, it's unusual if we see the warming. It's definitely an unusual we see this warming so soon in October, and this is something we have not seen in probably 30 years, back since the 80s. We've had some cold Decembers back in the 80s, 83, 85, 89. I think 89 was a standout. So we'll watch this and see if it continues, but that's typically the first sign. That's just the beginning stages of it. Yeah, December could be very cold. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking at when I put out my early winter forecast. These are some of the things that I was seeing actually in some of the modeling that I was watching into the polar regions. So it's one thing to see it in the modeling, it's another thing to actually see it unfold live. So it was it was grateful to not only see that stratospheric warming event start to happen, that the models were showing actually all the way for August and even September. And technically, it's actually a good sign that we've had such a warm. I mean, if you want a colder early start to winter, this is actually a good sign that we were so warm in October. I know it's kind of weird, but sometimes you need warmer months to get the colder months, and so it's actually a good sign. If you want an early start to winter, which is typically December, that's what's classified as early, or late November. You want a warmer October. Because there's so many winters that we've seen December's still really hot, right? Case in point, 2016 when we had that EF4 tornado the day after Christmas. so so um Hey, what's my Twitter account? Yeah, so here it is. Yeah, Roy Ponder at Al Ponder. Yeah, you should be able to find me there. Um, all right. A lot of videos are saying there. Could be very cold. All right. What was the cumulative total count yesterday? Yeah, so on Sunday, yeah, I mean, it looked like I know 16 were confirmed with the National Weather Service at last count that I know of in Oklahoma. That was just Oklahoma. I know there were two in Missouri, but I haven't looked at the storm reports in a while. But I always go back what's confirmed from the National Weather Service. All right, so right now I'm looking at the reports. It shows 20 reported. Looks like 18 in Oklahoma, 2 in Missouri. But I know 16 confirmed because a lot of times they're reported, but not all of these are confirmed. So I always go by what's confirmed by the National Weather Service. And to my last count, it appears to be it was 16. That's the last number that I know that was confirmed by the National Weather Service. And then 2 in Missouri. So I'm going with 16 in Oklahoma and 2 in Missouri. Um, but yeah, that was the count. No, there wasn't any confirmed in Texas that, to my knowledge. There was a lot of wind reports. There was nothing. There was no tornadoes reported. We had about 5 warnings that I know of, but nothing was confirmed to be a tornado in Texas. Everything was in Oklahoma, and then it was 2 in Missouri. So yeah, I mean the hail threat didn't unfold quite as far south as the Storm Prediction Center was calling for on that day, from that particular event, but it definitely unfolded in Oklahoma. Maybe not the size like we're seeing tonight for sure. This tonight seems to be worse, and it's just getting going. Yeah, so that's what we're waiting for. We're we're waiting on the squall line. I mean, eventually it will. I mean, you can see the ones to the north actually are forming into a squall line. They've got some tornado warnings with it. But these are probably not the long track type variety. These are these quick isolated spin up tornadoes. Because this one's more or less in a congeal solid line. Um, we're seeing these discrete supercells down here further south. And so until this solid line can either meet up, I mean, you can see it's back building. You can definitely see it's building towards Amarillo. So we're starting to see the beginning stages of it. But right now, once these supercells continue to remain isolated, they're going to continue to produce tornado induced radar. I mean, or tornadoes until we can form that solid line. So I'm expecting it. It just now it might be a while because I'm not seeing anything to push this activity anytime soon. So it may well be after midnight before we see even this get remotely close to the starting point of a solid line um, as this continues moving across. So I think we have another couple more hours of some really nasty stuff. Hey, Cassie. Hey, Wilmer. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. So any hail in McKinney tonight? No, I'm not expecting any hail in McKinney. That's in North Texas. All I heard was heavy rain. Yes, there is going to be heavy rain. It won't be tonight. It starts tomorrow. It starts tomorrow at 7 a.m. That's when the flash flood watch starts. And yeah, we're calling for heavy rain of 2 to 5 inches for much of the day tomorrow that will go into Thursday. And it's beautiful on Friday. But no, I'm not expecting any severe weather in North Texas tonight. Yeah, I mean, the Weather Prediction Center, they actually extended the moderate risk. Yeah, the moderate risk goes all the way into portions of Oklahoma now. So this is a pretty good swath of rain coming tomorrow into central Texas, San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth. All those areas should get hit hard tomorrow with heavy rain. And probably further south by the hill country, maybe by west of San Antonio, that area where you're closer to the disturbance of Pamela. Um, yeah, I mean, you could have some serious flash floodings take shape. Communities. Hey, sunshine. I like Sunny Halo. Yes, I thought that was a perfect name. So that is what we're going with. Do you expect any hail this week in Collin County? No. I mean, there were signs today it could had some hail with that warm front, but at noon, they took that out. So no, because tomorrow won't be a severe threat. It'll be more of a heavy rain threat. So I'm really not expecting any more severe weather for North Texas the rest of the week. I mean, marginal storms at time could have some gusty winds. I mean, you never can roll out some isolated hail, nickel size, pea size, but nothing of any significance. It's a flood threat. It's really welcome rain. We didn't really have much, and North Texas didn't even really have much rain in September. In fact, they only had 0.25. It was the 10th. It was either the 7th or the 10th. Driest September ever. So is today or Sunday worse? I mean, from right now, from what I'm seeing, today is worse, and we're just kind of getting started. Okay, luckily this one tornado warning was able to expire. So that one was able to expire. So we're really only dealing with this one to the south that still has that notch associated with it, but not nearly as indicative as it was way earlier. But still, radar indicated tornado goes until 9:45 northeast at 24 miles an hour. It looks to travel in and around near the Fort Cobb area by 10:06. So if you live in the Fort Cobb area, definitely be on the lookout for potential tornado heading your way between now and be knocking on your doorstep by 10:06. And then the Anadarko area. So you have to be on the lookout for them as it looks to travel in between the Anadarko and Fort Cobb area. And eventually head towards the Gracemont area by 10:30. And if we zoom out, there's Oklahoma City. So this tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. So, I mean, if you do the math, this one's going to be extended into the Oklahoma City area. I would imagine when they extend it, it'll probably go till like 4 o'clock in the morning. So yes, I fully expect this tornado watch to be extended further points east as we go deeper into the evening. This has only got an hour and a half left. Even this part might be extended as well. But I'm fully expecting this tornado watch to be extended into Oklahoma City, into this area right here, as this continues shifting off to the east northeast. Yeah, so this is the supercell we've been watching all night long. And it looks to there's Apache. It looks to travel just north of there. But that's the one that's shown of history of producing a strong tornado. Yeah, so there's another tornado. There's that one in Snyder, Oklahoma at 8:35. I just retweeted that one from a storm chaser. Large tornado on the ground. Yeah, that's the one that we were tracking. Going through my feed here. The one in Elk City was expired. Yeah, the watch in Elk City expired. So we're not seeing that Elk City right now is in the clear. That one was able to expire. Yeah, it was this cell right here that's no longer even warned. That's moved well away from the city. Hey, you're welcome. Hey, Michael. Thanks, buddy. Hey, Crystal. Hey, you're awesome. Thank you for reporting. You're way more thorough than the news. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, so we're just watching these all unfold tonight. So we're just dealing with this one little isolated cell now down here near Oklahoma City, and then this solid line to the north. So let's go to the north. We haven't been there in a while, and we've got this squall line that that's taken shape. It's noticeable squall line. Within this squall line, this is something we saw the other night in Oklahoma. And this is the one, this is the thing that produced the 16 tornadoes. So, yes, you can get tornadoes for sure, no question. But typically they're on the smaller variety of the EF0, EF1 type variety within and along the leading edge of this. So this is a tornado threat, but it's also a high wind threat because these are a pack and a punch with very high winds. This whole tornado watch has winds, upwards to gust at times of 80 miles an hour. So it's not going to be everyone along this line is going to get 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be, you're going to have pockets of 60, which would anything higher than 58 miles an hour is classified as severe. So once it goes over 58, then that usually kicks off a severe thunderstorm warning, which are highlighted in the yellow shaded areas. And then the ones in red are the ones that have the tornado warnings. So within this line, not only is it severe, but some of this is able to show rotation and have a quick spin up along the leading edge of this line. And so that's what we're seeing. And so once this forms into a solid line, it's just less likely to get these massive tornadoes like we're seeing out here when these are so discrete. So that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for this to possibly catch up to this discrete activity down here. And eventually all of it forms into a solid line, a squall line that can still produce tornadoes and still produce very high winds, but not these nasty, strong, long track tornadoes that we're seeing down to the south. So that's what we're hoping for. But we're probably going to still be dealing with several hours to come before this is able to catch up to this particular system. And then maybe all of these kind of form together. So the longer these stay discrete, the more likely these are going to produce big hailstorms and more stronger long track tornadoes. Today's the last day of severe weather of some kind. Yeah, for the most part. All right, so tomorrow, yeah, I mean, day 2, yeah, so there's a marginal risk up to places like Des Moines, into Minneapolis, going into Milwaukee, Chicago, as the same system would continue to lift up to the northeast, kind of like we saw on Sunday. I mean, there's a possibility that could turn slight risk for tomorrow, just because the history of the dynamics with this storm. But yeah, I mean, it looks like the same setup what happened Sunday from the Oklahoma stuff that moved northeast. After this moves out tomorrow, this lifts northeast as well, and it heads towards Chicago and Madison, Milwaukee area, all those areas. They got hit on Monday. gets possibly more severe weather on tomorrow. Right now, it's a marginal risk, but yeah, I would not be surprised it goes to at least slight with the update later on tonight. Yeah, I want a slight risk. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it's going to happen. I mean, obviously, these storms have a lot of energy with it. All right, so we're getting that tornado observed again. So we're seeing another tornado on the ground into that same area that we've been dealing with the tornado all night long, in between the Anadarko and Fort Cobb area. It looks like it's going to be in Fort Cobb at 10:04. This is an observed tornado that's on the ground currently right now. Going to be in Fort Cobb at 10:04. So for the next 20 minutes, you need to find your safe zone and get in there until that storm passes with an observed tornado on the ground, and eventually it'll get to that Gracemont area by 10:30, and that would be 45 minutes from now. This is this tornado warning goes until 9:45, which what I would highly suspect this would just continue further off into the northeast. That would going to be encompassing the Gracemont area, because this one's probably going to expire and be just extended further off to the northeast. Yeah, finally got my first tornado since March 13th, just north of Clinton, Oklahoma, at roughly 8:10. Multiple vorticities came down at different points, and the tornado lifted after about 10 to 15 minutes. Oh yeah, here's some snow pics of Utah. Have y'all seen the snow pics of Utah? Man, they had a lot of snow today, especially in Logan. Um, yeah, I know we're talking about all the severe weather, but yeah, you should see all this snow. Hey, I'll retweet some of these pics. Yeah, Logan, which was about 80 miles north of Salt Lake City, it started snowing about 9 o'clock last night, and by 7 a.m. this morning, they had about 11 inches on the ground. That was an incredible snow overnight, and some beautiful Winter Wonderland pics that you can go see in my Twitter feed now. Yeah, it's abnormal to have this much snow this early. You're a photographic memory person, you. Yeah. Yeah, it's early. Yeah, one of the guys that lived there, he's like, yeah, this probably usually doesn't happen until about Halloween time frame. So, yeah, 2 to 3 weeks early. There was marathon in Utah, and they got caught in the storm. Oh, there was a marathon? Wow. Oh, in Utah. Yeah, on Sunday. Should I worry about next spring? Because we hadn't had. It's way too early to call about next spring. I mean, overall, the tornadoes have been down for many years. We haven't seen a. All right, so yeah, just what I was thinking. The tornado warning has been extended to include that observed tornado that is on the ground right now. So this new advisory that just got issued at 9:43 goes until 10:15. And then it'll be in the Gracemont area at 10:26. So this just continues to go to the next area as this tornado is on the ground as we speak. So it's going to be traveling in and around between the Anadarko area and between Anadarko and Fort Cobb, as the new frame just refreshed, and it doesn't appear the tornado is currently on the ground anymore. Now it's just radar indicated, but still a dangerous supercell that's shown a history of a tornado. So yeah, it appears the one was able to expire at 9:45, but they kept it alive to further in, because it's still that same supercell that's produced a history of tornadoes. So this is, this is just pulsing up. It's recycling, producing a tornado at times, and then pulling back up in the atmosphere, and then dropping back down. So this is, these are things that the National Weather Service will be assessing all the damage, and seeing the stopping and starting points of all the damage, and trying to find, exactly where, if there were multiple tornadoes, or if it was all the same tornado. So these are some of the, finer tuned details the National Weather Service does, like, well after the event, that sometimes can take a week or two before you really finally figure out what really unfolded for the evening, because there's doing a lot of calculations and trying to figure out if it's the exact same tornado or if it's actually a different tornado. And that's some of the math that they'll be doing over the next week or so with these systems, that they're still doing with the Oklahoma system, that they will be doing with this system, well after we're enjoying the beautiful sunshine on, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They'll be working hard out in the field, assessing all the damage. The people, under the beautiful skies will be, trying to, rebuild and deal with all the damage that might have unfolded over, the course of the days that's happening right now. So these impacts can last for, an extended period of time, well after the storm ends. Yeah, I know that night when we had 10 tornadoes in Dallas back in October 20th, 2019, some of those homes, it took a year. I mean, it took a year. I mean, you got to go through all the legalities of the insurance. Those things just take a while, and it could last a long time. And you got to live somewhere else. You got to find another house to live in. You got to find another apartment to live in. I mean, it's just not a good situation. How do you know? How do you know that I will have a slight risk? I'm not even in the marginal risk. I'm just saying that the marginal risk for tomorrow is probably going to get upgraded in spots. I mean, I haven't really assessed that situation, but I'm just saying the dynamics of this storm, of what it's been able to be capable of, these two storms. Yeah, it's highly capable, because this is kind of be the same system that's moving in. Um, and it's one of those things. It's the Storm Prediction Center is not going to come out and say, hey, it's going to be a moderate risk 4 or 5 days out. I mean, these things build. They all build. They start off slight, go to, or start off marginal, go to slight. They went to enhance. The dynamics are still there. They increased it today to a moderate, and before the event unfolds. But yeah, I mean, I certainly would expect at least a slight risk in some areas. Would not be out of the question. And all that really means is the probability. I know a lot of people get caught up on slight risk and enhanced risk. All that really means is the probability of event happening. I mean, I've seen plenty of marginal risks that have had EF3 tornadoes. I mean, over the years, plenty of them. So a lot of people, I mean, don't take your guard down just because it's a marginal risk. I mean, if the dynamics are right and they all come together right, it doesn't really matter what the risk is. It's just the probability of it happening are a lot less likely and a marginal type risk. And a moderate risk, the probability of it happening are a lot more favorable. Um, but it's not to say that it can't happen in, a lesser type risk. I always take every risk seriously. Um, that's how I've always viewed it, because every storm is different. Every storm is different. All the dynamics come together, right? Even this storm. I mean, we were watching this unfold, and this is from the start. It has been way different than the one on Sunday, from the very beginning, and it continues to show that. And that's why we've had such a higher impact event tonight than the other night. Because in some respects, in Texas, where they didn't really have a tornado, where they were calling for a hatched risk, uh, that never came to fruition. It never went further south. I mean, because it congealed into a solid line a lot sooner than what the models and everything were depicting. So, but we're not seeing that tonight. This is exactly what the models were showing. They were showing discrete supercells down here further south. They were showing a solid line here. So this is exactly the moderate risk that was warned because of what the data showed. Hey, Roger. Sorry, I'm getting on a tangent. um, Yeah, that's why I like these lives. I mean, you can sit you can find out more about stuff. I mean, when you're doing videos for 15 minutes and just talking, um, there's just a lot more details you can find out when you're doing it live for 6 hours. But I love talking about the weather. All right, I got a message. No electricity for 3 days starting tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Really? Oh my gosh, Diane. Really? You got So what's happening in California that you don't have power? Hmm. It's like planned. Have you seen a 5% chance tornadoes and a marginal risk anything can happen? Yeah, there was an event. What was it? Oh, Nashville, Tennessee had a 2%. That time when Nashville, Tennessee got hit with that EF3 tornado, they had a 2% chance of a tornado. Marginal risk. Dynamics just came perfectly together at 12:30 in the evening that sent that EF3 tornado, unfortunately, in the middle of the night. So yeah, I mean, textbook. Yeah, textbook dynamics coming together all at the same time. I have definitely seen it. Hey, I enjoy your videos. Very informative. Oh, it's for everybody. Huh. It's the wind in California. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're getting hit with those that high winds. That's what's knocking the power out. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I've had 2% chance tornadoes before, nothing happens. Oh yeah, I mean the probability of nothing happening during that are a lot greater for sure, a lot greater. But it's not to say that nothing can happen. You don't even have to have a marginal risk. There were times in Dallas had 6 tornadoes, and there wasn't even a tornado, even a possibility of tornadoes. it just it all came together at the same time. I mean, All right, so let's zoom out. Yeah, the good thing about this one down here, it seems to be it's getting more sheared. This one's not nearly as defined as it was earlier. The further off it continues moving off to the northeast, it seems to be getting ripped apart. So these are all good signs. The one to the north was able to die out. So I mean, we're starting to see maybe the beginning stages of some of these, isolated supercells to not hold together like they were, and maybe this line is going to start taking over here because we haven't seen any other supercells. Ideally, these have been two discrete supercells down to the south. I'm in Wichita. Hopefully nothing crazy happens. Hey, hold on for a second, guys. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I'm back. Okay. So yeah, so we're starting to see things starting to calm down a little bit, at least as far as the isolated nature of these storms. So that those are all good signs. So yeah, so we're still watching this solid, massive line to the north into Kansas here. This is the squall line that's coming across, bringing some very high winds at times, 60, 70, maybe maxing out at 80-mile-per-hour wind gust in isolated spots. And along this line, you got all these yellows here. That's indicative of what severe. So once the winds turn 58 miles an hour, it's going to be classified as a severe storm. So typically, really everywhere along this line is at least going to be a severe storm. That's indicated within these yellow boxes here. And then within the red shaded boxes, those are the areas that it might have a little bit more rotation along the leading edge, is what we saw the other night in Oklahoma. And that's what they're dealing with right now, along that boundary line into liberal Kansas and these areas up here that are dealing with like these possibly quick spin ups in this type of atmosphere. So that's what we're seeing. But man, I mean, look at these things. These are booking. That's 67 miles an hour. These things are flying. And that's the jet stream that we're working with. That is a powerful jet coming across, that's creating that lift and the atmosphere and producing these towering supercells that are able to reach that 50 to possibly upwards to 60,000 feet at times. So that's the nasty stuff that we're seeing. But the good thing is we're watching this kind of back build down to the south and keep forming that solid line. And we're loosening the impacts of these discrete cells down here. So hopefully, best case scenario, this one continues to die down and this squall line would eventually kind of take over. So if this is able to happen and nothing of else discrete forms out ahead of it, then if this solid line was able to get going and then move across, the impacts are going to be far less than from what we've seen in the last couple hours. So yes, you can still get these little isolated spin ups and smaller type tornadoes. And definitely straight line wind damage can do a lot of tree damage, can still do damage to homes. But we would not see those long track, large hail type producers with this squall line. So hopefully this is the beginning stages of that, and this can really start to take over. So we'll just watch this. Okay. You need some rest. Isn't streaming tiresome? It's a little tiresome, but I knew today was gonna be a long day. So I've been talking. I started about 6:30. Yeah, 3.5 hours. I posted the note on your Facebook page. It's only 10 and you're only 46. Absolutely. No, I'm not. I'm actually not even nearly tired. And I was planning on this is a pretty long event, The nearly. Yeah, so let me check my messages. Cool. Yeah, so if you guys go on my Twitter, it's Roy Ponder at Pal Ponder. I'm retweeting some of these snow pics and some tornado pics from spotters throughout the evening. Yeah, most of these were rain wrapped. At times, these were cone, wedge, tornadoes. We seem to have a little bit of everything tonight. Okay. Hey, was either to go through the snow or these storms? He's talking about a squall line now. Yeah, so this squall line right here. So this is what's already take shaped in Kansas. This has been here for an hour or two now. But we're watching this come across. Hopefully, these just discrete cells will start to die out, because we zoom into these things and it's not. I mean, it has radar indicated tornado, but it's not nearly as defined, not even close from what it was earlier. These seem to be sheared apart. Maybe it's feeling the effects of this this thing moving at 67 miles an hour, this powerful jet. Because I mean, look, you see it getting blown apart. And if we zoom out, you can see the warm front here. This is the warm front, and the cold air is still well back here. Can't believe the weather this country sees is truly something. Hey, just follow your Twitter. Awesome. Hey, I appreciate it. I just finished work. What have I missed? You missed several large tornadoes that were confirmed, extremely large, damaging tornadoes. We've definitely had a classic hook echo at times on one of them. There was at least one or two multiple tornadoes that were on the ground for a good 5, 10, 15 miles that we could guesstimate just by watching this. But yeah, we've definitely seen some big tornadoes tonight already. And right now, currently, it's kind of died down a little bit. It's not nearly as active as it was earlier. We're still watching this same supercell that's had that history of producing a tornado that really started down by Frederick, 2 miles south of Frederick, and that's been really the same entity has been really kind of holding together ever since. But not nearly as defined as it was earlier. It's not even the same storm as it was earlier. But it's still moving northeast at 26 miles an hour. And locations in the path are that Gracemont area until 10:30. As another frame continues to reload, and we're watching it continue to move off into the northeast at that 26 miles an hour. So we'll continue to watch this. And then we have that solid line along the into Kansas here. That there's pockets of that has a possible tornado within this. You can kind of see it bowing out. That's typically indicative of some stronger winds coming out of that on the south side. And then on the north side, you kind of see that pocket again, right? I mean, these are those little pockets, this little zone right here. That's the spin that's really kind of indicated that radar indicated tornado that they're looking at. But you get the bow echo down to the south. That's some very strong winds when it bows out like that. And that will help push the system. I mean, these things are flying 41 miles an hour. At times they were flying at 65 miles an hour. This is a powerful jet moving across. And these are some very strong winds that are developing on the south side there. She may be down with the organized rotation. Let's all hope it's quasi-linear. Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like, Brett, that we're starting to feel the beginning stages of that. That we may have seen the worst of it tonight already. Hey, I'm back. Hey, Michael. So I have to leave and come back every 5 minutes to keep from being a minute or so behind. Yeah, and there's pockets of purple that's usually indicated some very heavy rain, and at times the black is usually indicating some hail, some larger hail associated within that storm. But since it is a solid line, and we're not seeing any separation from the solid line, which is also a good sign, that keeps the severe threat down, and then it's mainly a wind threat. This is mainly a high wind threat right here. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean, an EF0 is that's literally, EF0 is light damage. It's 65 to 85 mile per hour winds. We've got this tornado watch that we have wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour. So we're talking about possibly the same type of damage. I mean, 70 mile per hour straight line winds can do just as much damage as an EF0 tornado, right? I mean, so either way, you're going to get some damage either from a minimal tornado or some of that straight line winds along this leading edge of this squall line that's moving across. What you don't want to see is these bowing out of it. So the more this is able to bow out and kind of lead the storm, and if this is able to bow out well ahead of the storm, then that's when these can pick up even stronger winds. I mean, they'll basically the more this is able to bow out, then the more, the stronger the winds are going to be able to pick up within that little notch. But right now, we're not seeing pockets that are further along than the rest. They're all kind of in a straight line. And that ultimately keeps the impacts down, the severe threat down. Hey, I followed you on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. All right, you found me. Yeah, I mean, I'm really active on Facebook. I'm really active on YouTube. I'm trying to get more active on Twitter, and then of course Instagram. I haven't really been that active over the years on Twitter. It's been basically a Facebook until I started my YouTube channel 2 years ago. Hey, Garrett's only 14. I thought Powell was young. Yeah, you'd be amazed how many 14-year-olds or 11-year-olds or 16-year-olds that are on, that follow the weather, that like the weather, Hey, I love watching your updates every morning. It's part of my morning routine. Got my dad to watch you as well from Corpus Christi. Hey, you're awesome. Hey, I appreciate it. I love it when the family gets involved. It's pretty heartwarming when, not only people reach out to me and say, hey, I got my dad, my mom, my brother, my sister, they all follow you. That's a very nice compliment. That is nice. I mean, that's some cool stuff that, first of all, you take time out of your day, 15 minutes, you take time out of your day, sipping your coffee and watching what I have to say about the weather. That definitely warms my heart. And so, it's all meant to kind of prepare you and keep you ahead of the storm. That's my slogan, protecting you before and after the storm. And there's always a beginning effect, like right now, protecting you before the storm. And then after the storm, there's a nice it's clear, right? I mean, the cold front moves through. Friday's nice, Saturday's nice, Sunday's nice, Monday's nice. I mean, we got a pretty good string of pretty picture perfect days for a good chunk of the country because we're so active, right? And that's typically what happens. I mean, we're so active for like a week, and that just like literally just wipes the atmosphere clean, and it just clears everything out. It just clears everything out, and that's what we're going to see after all this is kind of moves through on Thursday. So it's going to be a really nice couple of days after all this is said and done. And then we'll get in the next week, which things could start getting active again, so hey, Tiffany. Yeah, and I'm going out of town too. We've had this trip planned for a couple months now. But I'm leaving Thursday. So there's probably going to be a couple days there that I won't be doing videos, which honestly, there's not much going on during the time I'm gone. So, so it's going to be pretty nice and nothing too drastic. But yes, I'll be out of pocket. We're going to, out to Big Bend. It's in Texas, but it's an 8-hour drive. But there's no cell phone service. I mean, you're out in the middle of nowhere. We have 40 acres and there's just stars. There's no cell phone service. And really just unplug. Whole family, everybody's coming. But I'll be back on Tuesday. So yeah, I leave Thursday and I'll be back on Tuesday. No videos. You said it's a day trip. Oh, no. Well, that's when I'm going to Joplin, Missouri. This is different. This is my vacation. The kids are off for fall break, so we always typically go somewhere. Yeah, so we're going to Big Bend. It's an 8-hour drive. It's out by El Paso. It's the Davis Mountains. I've never personally been, but it's pretty isolated. And I know we're getting groceries like 2 hours in because there's nothing around it. So I can't imagine. And actually, the people that we're renting the house from says that yeah, there's no cell phone, there's no signal for an hour going to the park. So I will have no communication with anybody. It will be impossible. Big Bend National Park in Texas. Yeah, so Big Bend National Park. We need cell phones when you have stars. Yeah, I'll be able to take plenty of pictures. I just don't know if I'll have a signal to be able to get on access to the internet and stuff. That's just what I'm heard from friends. I mean, from I've never personally been out there. That's why I want to go because I've never been out there. But it's literally out in the middle of nowhere, and they have a star deck where, I mean, it's designed. You just lay on your back out, out on the porch there, and look up to the sky, and it's super dark. I mean, there's no lights within miles, so everything just lights up, and it's the greatest stars in Texas. I mean, everything's lit up like a Christmas tree. South Dakota and Aberdeen. Looks like bad weather in that area. I live in Ohio. Yeah, so this area right here by Dodge City, these are some very high winds that are moving across here. It's indicating at times there could be a possible tornado trying to form within this supercell. But either way, these are some very powerful winds with this bow echoes to trying to extend out. That's going to be impacting the Dodge City area shortly. Yeah, so locations in the path. It's going to be in Dodge City at 10:28, Spearville at 10:51, and is it Offerly at 11:08. And those cities are going to be hit with those higher winds. Hey, Troy, how's it going? Wichita, Kansas. So let's swing out. Yeah, so we're watching this. Let me show you the big picture, Troy. Yeah, so we're watching this whole line of a squall line. Essentially, really extends from Amarillo to Garden City all the way to Kearns. And within this line, we're getting some powerful winds. Going to be approaching the Hayes area. Here's Wichita. So you're still a ways away. So all this is heading your way, but it looks like by the time it does head your way, it's still going to be in a solid squall line that you're probably going to be getting hit with some 60, 70, and upwards to almost 80-mile-per-hour wind gust at times. This tornado watch goes into 11 that you're currently under, but I would fully expect this to continue to expand in your area. And when it does, it's probably going to last until about 4 o'clock in the morning. So, uh, to answer your question, you will get hit, but it's probably going to be at least several hours. So it's one of those things that you could probably go to bed, turn your NOAA weather radio on if you have one, or keep your phone on to get alerted of any possible tornado that might be up in your area, maybe by 2 o'clock in the morning. I would imagine that's kind of the guesstimate it might be in your area by then. But nothing to be concerned about for the immediate future over the next couple hours. This is still a ways away. Yeah. Hey, Troy. I appreciate the donation. I appreciate you asking. That squall line is about as long as one can be. Yeah, it's long, right? I mean, it's about as long as we've seen the other night. This encompasses a pretty good area of real estate and multiple states here. But it seems to be the worst in the middle. It seems to be, and if we zoom out, I mean, there's that one tornado warning, right? And even that one down to the south. Look, I mean, that one has dissipated. So yeah, so we're definitely watching the dynamics change from really intense supercells that we were seeing earlier to these just kind of sheared apart. I mean, you see that in the radar here as these storms just get kind of sheared apart. They might be picking up on some of this just powerful jet that might be and maybe wrapped into some of these cells that have definitely weakened these cells drastically because these have just literally rapidly fallen apart. Um, and there's nothing else that has formed uh, beside it or out ahead of it or in between or anything. So let me switch the radars to further south. And yeah, so I switched radars further south, and now we're getting closer into Wichita Falls radar. And so you can see the line that's not severe, but it's still back building well back into Lubbock now. So yeah, this line continues to back build and all the way down into Lubbock. This is something we actually saw the other night that extended really all the way down into San Antonio during that Oklahoma storm. But this is where the official tornado watch ends, right here by the Wichita Falls area. So let's transfer to the Dallas radar and see what we got going on down here, and see if we're missing anything. Okay, so what we're seeing in Dallas is just this warm front. I mean, the warm front has essentially stalled over the Dallas Fort Worth area. The precipitation is still to the south, so you're kind of in between. I mean, I'm not expecting anything in the Dallas Fort Worth area, anything in North Texas the rest of the evening. What you're really looking at is these storms right here are going to be in a solid line moving to the east. And by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, this cold front is going to be a little bit further off. It's probably going to be somewhere around this area right here. And then that's when the remnants of Pamela is going to be coming in and going to be overspreading the area into parts of west of San Antonio. That's where it's going to start. And then it's just going to be a perfect notch of precipitation heavy rain, there's actually a high pressure right here. There's a high pressure, and then you have all this low pressure, and then it's basically, but this is going to get trapped for 2 days. In between the high pressure and the low pressure, it's going to create a funnel, and within that funnel, that's where we're going to be setting up the very heavy rain. That's why they have the flash flood watch, the moderate risk for excessive rainfall in this area, for that dynamics that's going to unfold tomorrow. This vorticity swings up to places like Chicago, Milwaukee, all those areas up here. That's where the severe threat is going to be tomorrow. And then all the heavier rain threat is going to be down here into Texas, which will also filter into parts of Oklahoma as well. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at. And then once the heavy rain stops on Thursday night, that cold front on Friday is going to push all the way through Dallas, push through Kansas, push through Oklahoma, and really rapidly clear on the backside. There's not going to be anything left. So the snowstorm is going to be winding down by then. Everything really rapidly clears on the backside once this cold front moves through. You'll get rain up here in the Ohio Valley, but it's just light to moderate rain. And then day by day, and then by Sunday, I mean, there's probably not. Sunday's one of those days. It's kind of a rare day because there's not much rain anywhere in the United States. It looks pretty clear on Sunday. It's probably one of those clear days that it's hard to find any rain whatsoever for the entire lower 48. So yeah, eventually this cold front's going to clear everything out nicely. We got to get through the night. We got to get through the heavy rain the next 2 days, the severe stuff tomorrow up here, and then things should really start to die down. Time to pick the rest of my habaneros. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to get cold. I mean, it's the coldest air of the season. I mean, like, for example, Oklahoma City, I mean, we're talking like, low of 44, area, like low of 44 degrees Saturday and Sunday, stuff like that. Austin, like 48 degrees. To kind of give you an idea, maybe Kansas, probably, near 40. That's definitely the coldest air of the season. All right, so let me go back in my Twitter feed. Yeah, I mean, right here, it looks like we have a confirmed tornado into Dodge City where that notch was. Okay, yeah, right here within this notch, we have a confirmed tornado that's on the ground right now in Dodge City, Kansas. This is all lifting off and going to be in the Hanston area at 11:10, the Bird Net area at 11:25. Let me retweet this so you can see this tornado that's on the ground. They got a picture of it. I retweeted it. You should see it on my Twitter feed now. This is the Dodge City, Kansas tornado that we're talking about. It's right here within this notch that we're finding a tornado that's currently on the ground as we speak, as this is lifting across, because we talked about this bow echo, this very high winds, and now it's formed that little notch here. You see, This was able to bow out just a tad bit ahead of it, and that was able enough to get this little indications here, this little notch area. That's the tornado we're talking about right now. That's in the Dodge City area. That's currently on the ground as we speak. Maybe just north of the city. This is right by the radar site. So this is just north of the radar site. Areas of impact are going to be the Hanston area by 1111, as well as the Burdett area at 1126. This tornado is coming into a relatively densely populated area. Important to heed the warnings. This is a very highly populated area in this area, so do take this storm seriously. Get into your safe place now. Take under cover, because this is a confirmed tornado. I'm seeing pics of it right now, of it touching the ground, continuing to lift off into the northeast. And this is moving at 41 miles an hour. So this tornado warning is between now and 10:45 for this tornado that is observed on the ground that's continuing to move off to the northeast. Yes, definitely. This is another tornado. We've got pics of it right now, of a confirmed tornado within this area right here. It might have lifted up, but that was actually 15 minutes ago. So when we were seeing that bow echo like that, it looked like this was possibly another tornado that was on the ground, which was indicated at 10:14. So it's possible. It's quite possible that this was on the ground for about 15 minutes there. And it still could be, but we're not yeah, right here. Yeah, this is the area that's concerned of the tornado that is currently on the ground into and just north of the Dodge City area into Kansas. This large dangerous tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, I mean, it looks like things were dying down, and they are technically, but we still have these isolated supercells to deal with, and unfortunately, they're still producing tornadoes. So we got that main system right now into the Dodge City area that's causing a lot of damage in a heavily populated area into the Dodge City, Kansas area, just north of the city. That's lifting just north of the Spearville area. This is a dangerous storm that continues to lift off. It looks like to be in the Roseville area, Roselle area by 11:30. If it continues on the path. What category? I mean, I would say that's at least an EF1, if not EF2 tornado, just by looking at it. But I mean, I always leave that up to the National Weather Service. I never want to skew any actual facts, but yeah, either way, it's doing a lot of damage right now, in and around just north of the Dodge City area. All right, so let me switch back to the reflectivity view. So that's the area of concern, because if we zoom out, that is the only tornado warning we got going on, right? I mean, that's the only one left so far. And unfortunately, it's producing a dangerous tornado right now as we speak. There's possibly another one up here by the Ness City area. with this bow, this leading edge right here. This is some very, very high winds associated with this. So if these are able to bow out ahead of the main system like the other one did, this could also produce a tornado as well. So this is what they're looking at as this storm would be into the Ness City area by 10:45. The Brownell area at 10:52, McCracken at 11:02, Alexander 11:04, going into portions of Hayes, Kansas there at 11:25. So we'll have to watch this one as well on the north side and see if these winds get any stronger out of this area. But yeah, I mean, this is the area right here where they have this tornado possible within this area too as well. This could also be producing a tornado. Maybe not as defined as the other one further south, but there's definitely signs of rotation here that that we're seeing that could, possibly produce a tornado within this sector as well. And these are all lifting off into the northeast. So it's not warned, but they are showing some signs of rotation, and it's booking 58 miles an hour. It's flying. So this is also another dangerous storm, as we're looking at two areas of interest that are showing a history of producing a funnel or even confirmed tornado on the ground. And there you go. It just got pushed further off to the northeast. So now we have yet another new tornado warning. Just got issued at 10:36. So this is another tornado warning going to be impacting for this little couplet right here. You see it? So this could be another one just to the south of here along that leading edge, right? Along this bow echo here, along the leading edge, we have a developing tornado potentially going to be in the Spearfield area at 10:40. So that's in 3 minutes. So if you're in the Spearfield area, definitely take cover, get in your safe zone, as we have a developing tornado that could be on your doorstep in 3 minutes at 10:40. Garfield at 11:13, Larned at 11:23, Pawnee Rock at 11:32, and Random at 11:33. So these are the areas of concern of impact for your potential city, as this developing radar indicated tornado right here that is literally on the doorstep of Spearville right now as we speak. So it's got a lot of damaging straight line winds out ahead of it. And within that, some of this area could be spinning a quick spin up tornado here. Hey, so I appreciate everybody's donations on the super chat tonight. I greatly appreciate it. I'm seeing it all come in here. Mesocyclone. All right, so let me zoom back out. Let's go back to the reflectivity view. So is that another one? So yeah, there's we could be looking at a possible another tornado just on the south side of that. Down here by the Fowler area. This is also another possible tornado that might be developing along this leading edge as well into Fowler at 10:46. That's in 7 minutes. Mineola at 10:51. Dodge City at 10:53. Jetmore at 10:53. Spearville and Buckland at 11:05. Getting into Lewis at 11:25 and to Otis at 11:34. So this is possibly another developing tornado on the south side of Dodge City now. So there's 3 of them. We've got 2 radar indicated and 1 possible here within this sector along that leading edge here, right here. Again, showing that that rotation here just south of the Dodge City area. That's just another area of concern right here. That's showing a possible tornado trying to get its act together out in this area south of the Dodge City area. Yeah, so it's right along that boundary to here, right along that leading edge that we're seeing some spin ups. That has produced that one pretty good storm just north of the Dodge City area. That was a definitely confirmed tornado that we saw there. Okay, so let me go back. All right, so let me. All right, so yeah, it's definitely calmed down, just north of just south of Oklahoma City here, for sure. It's calmed down for a lot. It'll be interesting what they do with this tornado watch. I know they're probably going to extend it if they're able to take this part down. We haven't seen anything in a while south of by like Wichita Falls and in the Vernon area, as we did very early on in the evening. Yeah, there's nothing severe in Amarillo. This is warned here mainly because of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, but this whole edge is really moving fast. All right, so yeah, this is another possible developing tornado as well. Just along that leading edge here. So this is what we're seeing here, just along that leading edge. Some of these that bow out and create this little notch at times can have a spin up tornado. Adam. Oof. Hey, pal. If only the question went with the money. Am I missing a question? Should Trucker Paul needs to know? Trucker Paul. Keep going. Paul Ivy, can someone ask Jim if I don't know. I'm missing the question. Is there a question? There's a lot of comments. I'm trying to catch up. Trucker Paul needs to know. Paul Ivy. I don't. Yeah, what's your question, Paul? Can someone ask Jim if I? Yeah, I can't find what question he's asking. Oh, 50. I have to go way up here. 50 miles from Pratt, Kansas. So you're 50 miles from Pratt, Kansas. Pratt, Kansas. Okay. All right. So there's Spearfield. Looks like Pratt, Kansas is somewhere over here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here's Pratt. So yeah, I mean it's heading towards Pratt. It just hadn't made it there yet. Hey Paul. Yeah, so if you're 50 miles from Pratt, then it's yeah, all this squall line is heading your way. It just hadn't made it to your area yet. So um, granted, this moves at 58 miles an hour. It's going to probably at least be an hour and a half away potentially before it starts impacting you. So sometime after midnight, this area it should start getting close. Going to be impacting your area with that squall line that's just to your west currently. Oh, he's a truck driver. Well, I mean, this whole line is going to continue moving off into the east. I mean, yeah, this whole entire line is going to continue moving across to the east. All right, so this one got reissued. This one got extended. This is a new severe thunderstorm watch that goes on between now and 5 o'clock in the morning, with this same squall line that continues pushing off into the east. So this is just a continuation of the tornado watch, which is not a tornado watch anymore up in this area. It's a severe thunderstorm watch for those severe thunderstorms that could have those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, could have some larger hail at times, upwards to 1 inch. And overall, the storm motion is moving at 46 miles an hour. So this area to the north, they went ahead and extended it, but they did not extend the tornado watch. They just extended a severe thunderstorm watch. But man, this thing is really ripped apart. It just got sheared towards Oklahoma. All right, so we got that one storm by Spearville that still appears to have that potential tornado here on the ground with that couplet still showing. Yeah, right here. This has got to be a tornado right here that's currently on the ground still just north of Spearville. It's going to be heading towards the Garfield area at 11:15, so in the next 20 minutes. And then the Larned area at 11:26, the Pawnee Rock area at 11:35, and Albert at 11:41. Hey, bye, Kay. Hey, good night. Hey, Diane. Yeah, so what we're watching is that possibly another tornado that's still on the ground here by north of Spearville, with this tornado warning that's still warned for another 10 more minutes for this spot right here, just north of Spearville. That is definitely has rotation with it, and this is all lifting off into the northeast at 59 miles an hour. So these are really flying with this powerful jet that's coming in that seems to be kind of shearing the isolated stuff apart. So we were seeing the isolated storms earlier, and we're not seeing that anymore. That's not able to come together anymore, and we're getting the transformation of that straight line, kind of a squall like type of event of unfolding. And if we look at this, that there's only that's it. That's the only game in town left currently right now, with the right in this notch here in and around the Dodge City area of this possible tornado that's on the ground right now. And then, multiple areas within this line, we could see a possible tornado within this bow echo. Yeah, so this is the tornado warning that we're talking about right here, with this radar indicated tornado that's on the ground right now uh, for the next 9 minutes, just north of the Spearville area. Yeah, I mean, I might be live streaming tomorrow. We'll just see. But yeah, it would be for the possible flood threat down in Texas, and then we have some that severe weather we're going to be dealing with towards the Chicago area and stuff. But I will definitely be making a video in the morning. That's for sure. Hey, Neen, pal, what about Texas tonight? My wind chimes outside are going crazy. We have not seen anything come to fruition in Texas. There wasn't anything expected in North Texas, but even in the Panhandle, things have hadn't been so bad. It hadn't even reached Wichita Falls, so there's not much happening for the weather front in Texas tonight. But things really ramp up for tomorrow for a flash flood setup. The flash flood watch starts at 9 o'clock, or starts at 7 a.m. Okay, Brett. Hey, thanks for coming on board tonight with the live. Greatly appreciate it. I love your insight, and I'll definitely see you tomorrow. All right, buddy. Have a good night. Good evening, pal. Thanks for your daily forecast. Hey, you're welcome. Good night, everyone. Thanks, Roy. See you in the morning. It's snowing lightly here. Cool. Hey, I appreciate the update. Yeah, so we'll see if this watch gets extended. This one's set to expire at 11, so we'll watch, see what happens here in the next 7 minutes, if what happens with these watches here, if they're able to get extended, which I imagine they would. But yeah, so this yeah, that area by Spearville, that's another area there that has another large tornado. I mean, it's still showing a pretty significant tornado here. that still on the ground. It's dark, it's rain wrapped, but we're definitely seeing some indications here that not only radar indicated, but that confirmed tornado on the ground. So these areas in Garfield, you need to take cover at 11:16, and to Larned at 11:26, and the Pawnee Rock area at 11:35, and all the way into Great Bend by 11:49. Yeah, we might have a significant tornado going on north of Spearville, Kansas, but it still looks pretty intense. Yeah, it's been showing this indicated tornado for a good bit now, for easily 10, 15, 20 minutes. Um, of this same system continue to lift off to the northeast. You can see as this continues on, these severe thunderstorm warnings have just pushed further off into the east. This one goes until 11:45. This one goes also to 11:45, moving at 46 miles an hour. So yeah, this is the nasty squall line. The data showed that everything was going to come together for for a straight line wind event, and then have some isolated spin ups on the leading edge. I'm headed directly into these storms. I'm in Pratt, Kansas. Should I keep heading southwest? Yeah, I mean, if you're able to beat the line, I mean, if you're able to keep heading southwest, I mean, I don't know if you can beat these storms, because I mean they are literally moving at 58 miles an hour. I mean, they're at 60 miles an hour, and say you're driving 65. I mean, they're moving as just as fast as you're driving. So I mean, yeah, you're in Pratt. So I mean, I mean, that's a long ways away. I mean, it goes all the way down further south. So I don't think you're going to be able to make it out of here by the time this band gets in your way. So this is a long way to drive, and especially if it's going at the same miles an hour, if you're able to drive too. So um, I'm at 65. So you're at 65, and the things are racing at 60. That's only 5 miles an hour's difference, and you're heading south, and that's coming towards you. So you're going to get hit either way. Um, and it's actually not that far away now, because this one extends to 11:45. So you're probably about an hour away before you get impacted from the storm. So even if you head south, you're still going to get hit from this down here below. I don't think you can get out from not getting hit from the storm, because you're kind of in the middle right now. You can't head north, and you can't head south. Um, and it's heading east, east at 58 miles an hour. But it does appear southwest would be your best bet, because it appears most of the instability is right here. You should be able to make it past here before this instability moves across. So you should be able to make it, Paul, south of Ashland by the time this instability gets closer into your area. Hopefully. But either way, it's a tough call, because you're definitely caught in the middle. Hey, Garrett, I appreciate the support on my Patreon. Oh yeah, you're heading to California. Yeah, that's a windy ride. Yeah, the winds are going to be ferocious either way heading to California. Because even past this, you still got a powerful jet to deal with. Yes, I wish you the best, Paul. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a tough week for truck drivers. I mean, I kind of talked about it in my video. I mean, I knew this was going to be a tough week with all the dynamic, the winds, the high winds this week. Yeah, so I definitely wish you the best out there. Hopefully, you can make it to Ashland before it gets too bad. All right, so the moment of truth. It's 11 o'clock, and there you go. It was able to expire. The tornado watch was able to expire further south. So this one is still going. Okay, that one got extended. Okay, so points to the north. So yeah, you're heading on the right path, Paul. I mean, you're heading in the best case scenario that you can think of is heading southwest. So you're going into an area that's not currently under that tornado watch any longer, and a weakening trend with these storms. So that's your best opportunity here. So yeah, so the severe thunderstorm watch and then tornado watch has expired for points south, and to the north it continues until 5 o'clock in the morning. So essentially, we're watching the severe threat down in the Oklahoma City area, Elk City, Woodward, and Enid, all those areas to be a lot less severe from what we saw earlier. And then now the main severe stuff is in towards Kansas, into the Dodge City area, where we have those two possible tornadoes. Even right now that are on the ground currently, and towards Meade, towards Ashland here, that one that was by Dodge City that's racing off into to the east here. So yeah, it just updated. So we have that new frame, that new tornado warning that just got issued at 10:58. Goes until 11:15 for this cell right here that has another possible tornado right here within this sector. So areas included are the Buckland area at 11:38, the Mullinville area at 11:47, and the Greensburg area at 11:58. So that's the new area of concern for that tornado watch that going to be from now until 11:15. Okay, so yeah, that's definitely a good sign. I mean, this is a noticeable weakening trend for the most part for some of these storms. But there's been numerous tornadoes tonight, guys. It's been a very active night for sure. But okay, so yeah, so here's the zoomed out version. It's getting towards 11 o'clock, so they allowed this one to expire. Um, Down to the south here by Oklahoma City. So I'm not expecting terribly too much of these trying to get out of hand for the rest of the evening. These to the north into Kansas are still warned. It still has that tornado watch between now and 5 o'clock in the morning. These are going to continue to lift off and push off to the east over the next several hours. And eventually, a lot of this instability is going to head northeast and get towards the Chicago area, the Milwaukee area by tomorrow, as then we set up another, flash flood threat for Texas with that flash flood watch starting about 7 a.m. So, but yes, I plan on doing a video in the morning, so stay tuned for that. I'm probably going to sign off for the evening because it's been a long night for me. The worst part is over. We still are going to have to be dealing with some isolated spin up tornadoes along this line up in Kansas. But for the most part, the really powerful stuff looks to be have come to an end. And yeah, great. I say that, and they extended this. They extended the watch. Of course, I spoke too soon. So they did extend it. They just took their sweet time to issue it. But it looks like, yeah, this tornado watch got extended, goes until 6 o'clock in the morning. So yes, yeah, this is going to be an all-night affair, guys. This goes until 6 o'clock in the morning, has upwards to 75-mile-per-hour wind gust, some 1.5-inch hail associated with it. So it's going to be along the squall line. This is the squall line that's going to be the area of concern that's going to move across to the east over the next 5 or 6 hours. So yeah, it's one of those things to have your NOAA weather radio handy by your bed, and have your phone on for alerts. And if you do get that alert, you're able to get in your safe zone if need be for your particular area. But all right, guys, I'm gonna probably go ahead and sign off for the evening, and I appreciate you guys watching. Thanks so much for all the shares and likes and all the donations out there. I greatly appreciate it. I'll see you in the morning on tomorrow's video update, and y'all good night. Have a good night, y'all.